Good to go. All right. All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the November 20th, 2024 City Planning Commission meeting. The commissioners look forward to hearing your case today, as we understand every project is important and unique. In addition, we want to make sure we address all of the docketed items individually with the attention they need to build a consensus between the applicant, public, and city staff. Our meeting will follow the advertised docket, and we'll hear cases in the order they are listed, beginning with the consent agenda items, followed by those that are listed under the regular docketed items. The commissioners believe we can reach consensus by being brief yet heard. Because our meeting is a hybrid meeting and recorded, we have time limits for the cases we hear, which is 5 minutes for staff presentations, 20 minutes for the applicant, plus any questions by the commissioners. When we move to public comment, I will call on those who are joining us in person first, followed by those who are joining us virtually. We do have a timer to keep our meeting on track and expect public comments to be no longer than 2 minutes when speaking as an individual, or up to 5 minutes when representing a community association or larger group. In all instances, please be brief and limit repetitive comments. If you are joining us virtually, please be ready to go with your camera on and your name correctly displayed in your Zoom display thing. So as we get started, I ask staff to provide some additional ground rules and instructions as we conduct this meeting to ensure minimal disruption. So Sarah, take it away.
Thank you. I'll describe the testimony procedures for this hybrid meeting. For those joining us online, please know that there are 2 categories of people participating in the meeting: attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are the commission members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a citizen who is interested in a case, please use the raise hand function when the chair calls the case to let staff know that you should be promoted to a panelist position. When the promotion happens, you will need to accept the promotion. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected. Don't panic, you will reconnect shortly. If you're joining us via the app on a smartphone or a computer, please change your screen name to reflect your legal name. Understand that if you're calling in with a phone, you cannot adjust your screen name. It appears as your phone number. And you will also not be able to use the raise hand function in Zoom. If you're calling in by telephone, you can raise your hand when the case is called by pressing star followed by the number 9. Once you are promoted to panelist, you will be able to share your screen to display any exhibits. At the time of promotion, please be sure to turn on your camera so that the commission can see you. Your microphone needs to always be on mute unless you are giving testimony at the appropriate time. As a reminder, the chat box is only for questions about the agenda, and merits of each case should not be discussed in the chat box. For everyone joining us today in person, please approach the microphone at the podium when it is appropriate to give testimony. You need to have any exhibits ready on a jump drive, or you can hand them out in person. If you are here in person, there is no need for you to be on the Zoom meeting as well, and joining the meeting in both manners causes a lot of unnecessary feedback and audio disruptions. Those are all of our procedures.
All right, fantastic. Let's go ahead and start with the consent agenda items, please.
Our consent docket only has one item today. That's C1, case CD CPC 2024-167, a request to approve a project plan in District R6 on about 3 acres, generally located at the northwest corner of North Olive Avenue and Northeast Staley Road, allowing for the landscaping of a private open space tract.
All right, any questions from the commissioners regarding docket item C1? All right, seeing none, let's open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item C1, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, we'll close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item C1 with conditions.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for approval of docket item C1. Can we take a roll call on motion, please?
Harkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hassick,
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes then, 6-0. Is that where we're at? 1, 2, 3. Yeah. All right, let's go on to docket item C2.
Should I call all the continuances?
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, Since we're in a consent agenda, we better just do it by itself.
Okay. Item C2, CD CPC 2024-154, a request to approve a project plan in District B3-2 to allow for the construction of an office and medical office building on about 0.5 acres generally located at Benton Boulevard and East 31st Street. Staff recommends continuance without fee to December 4th.
Okay, any questions from the commission regarding the continuance of docket item C2? All right, so we got to open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that's willing to speak about docket item C2, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature.
There are no hands raised online.
All right, we'll close public testimony then on that continuance, and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Curl, I move to continue docket item C2 without fee to December 4th.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for continuance of docket item C2. Can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Parkin,
Aye.
Beasley. Aye. Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Passick.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes then. Okay, let's move to our regular agenda items, beginning with those that are looking to be continued to a future date.
First is item number 6, case CD CPC 2024-125. This is the Cardinal Forest rezoning. A request to approve a rezoning from District R80 to R6 on about 6 acres generally located 250 feet south of the intersection of Nolan Road and East 49th Terrace. Staff recommends continuance without fee off docket. The next item to be continued is number 16, case CD CPC 2024-127, a request to approve an amendment to Chapter 88, the Zoning and Development Code, through revisions, clarifications, and other administrative changes throughout the chapter in accordance with the Zoning and Development Code periodic review. This is the Parkland dedication fee amendments. Staff recommends continuance without fee off docket. Case number 17, CD CPC 2024-98, Marlborough School MPD, a request to amend a previously approved MPD plan to redevelop an existing educational structure into a mixed-use project on about 3.7 acres generally located at 1300 East 75th Street. Staff recommends dismissal. Number 18, CD CPC 2024-41, a request to approve a rezoning from R6 to M3-5, rezoning from R6 and M3-5 to MPD to permit a demolition debris landfill on about 9.5 acres, generally located at 3808 East 78th Street. Staff recommends continuance to December 18th with fee. Case 19.1 and 19.2, case CD CPC 2024-123, a request to approve an area plan amendment for the heart of the city area plan from residential low density to residential medium density on about 1.8 acres generally located at the northeast corner of Brooklyn Avenue and East 20th Street. In 19.2, case CD CPC 2024-104, a request to approve a rezoning from District UR to R2.5 on about 1.8 acres generally located at the northeast corner of Brooklyn Avenue and East 20th Street. Staff recommends continuance without fee to December 4th. In case 20, CD CPC 2024-128, a request to approve a rezoning from District R7.5 to District R1.5 on about 0.47 acres generally located at the southeast corner of East 88th Street and Sycamore Avenue. Staff recommends continuance without fee to December 4th.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners regarding continuance of docket items 6, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, or 20?
Not 15.
Oh, not 15? I'm sorry, not 15.
I thought you'd mentioned 18 was being continued with fee, but on the docket it says without fee.
Yeah.
For case number 18, staff is requesting continuance to December 18th with fee, and that is different from what is printed.
Okay. Just curious why number 6, we're going from an approval today to off docket.
There is a companion case on this, a preliminary plat, and the applicant has some issues still to work out with MoDOT. And so they've requested that this be continued so that they can deal with all of the issues.
Okay, be heard together. Okay,
That's for 6.
That's for number 6, yes.
and then the same with 16. I think there was more meetings to be had with that one? That's the Parkland dedication fee.
Yes, Ricky Sanchez is online if you have questions for him about the status of those amendments.
Anybody want to hear the status of that parkland dedication fee?
Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yep,
Yep.
I think you're off the hook though.
All here for any questions.
Okay. Right. Any other questions from the commission regarding continuance of these docketed items?
Was 6 with fee or without fee?
6 is without fee.
All right, so this time we'll open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding the continuance of docket items 6, 16, 17, 18, 19, or 20. And I think 17 is a dismissal. Please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
All right, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to continue docket items 6 and 16 off docket without fee, to dismiss docket item 17, to continue docket item 18 to December 18th with fee, and to continue docket items 19.1, 19.2, and 20 without fee to December 4th.
Second.
All right, so I've got a motion and a second for all of those continuances, dismissals, and changes and stuff. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Parkin,
Aye.
Beasley. Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Passick.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
All right, looks like that motion passes then. All right, let's move on to docket item number 1, please.
Item number 1.1, case CD CPC 2024-142, a request to approve a rezoning from District R 1.5 to District B 2-2, and case CD CPC 2024-143, a request to approve a major amendment serving as a preliminary plat in proposed District B 2-2 to allow for a non-residential development on about 2.5 acres generally located at North Indiana Avenue and Northeast Berry Road.
Good morning, Chairman Crowell and fellow commissioners. I'm Andy Clark with City Planning and Development in the Development Management Division, and I will be sharing my screen here shortly. So before you is docket item 1.1 and 1.2. Case 142 is rezoning without plan. And case 143 is a major amendment to the previously approved development plan. The site is located in the first council district. As you can see here, the area highlighted in red was previously a part of the Staley Corners East development plan, which went through this body back in 2020, early 2020. The applicant is removing this section from the overall plan. It was previously approved for senior housing. This application is for 2 standalone commercial buildings. Here's a view of roughly where it will be located on the site, looking east on Indiana Avenue. And then here is a view if you were standing where the sidewalk ends at Quick Trip. This is a photo showing the signal improvements that were recently made at Berry and Indiana. Again, the previous site plan showed a 40 unit senior living complex. It did have the building on Indiana, so the parking was screened from Indiana. The applicant did work with staff to provide sidewalk connections from Indiana into the site to avoid vehicular conflicts with pedestrians, as well as an enhanced landscape plan to compensate for parking being on Indiana now instead of a building. The applicant also provided 4-sided architecture. The first version was just really ephes facing the east side of the development, which is all residential. So staff asked for something a little more enhanced for people to view from their backyard. And there will also be a walking path that goes behind this building. As of right now, the existing conditions on the site, and as mentioned in the staff report and the city engineer's concerns at this intersection and multiple developments going on, there is the existing span wire signal that was put in back in July, which has improved vehicular circulation, not entirely pedestrian circulation. And in red shows you where all of the sidewalks are still missing. I do have the city engineer here that will elaborate because Barry and Indiana are both on the major street plan. So I will let Public Works elaborate. I just wanted to give you existing conditions up here. The original plan that went through this body and then through city council did have several conditions for the overall the master developer to improve and signalize Barry and Indiana, construct additional southbound lanes, westbound turn lanes, really just to improve this overall intersection. There was also a condition from MoDOT to the south of here, improving a turn lane onto westbound 152. In 2023, though, these conditions were removed. Since this is a major amendment, it went through MoDOT for a review, and MoDOT has concerns that the improvement was never made for the on-ramp, as well as the city engineer is here today to discuss some concerns from Public Works. Staff did propose a condition. It is likely to be asked to be removed, but I will let the applicant go over it in their presentation. Trying to find some sort of cooperative agreement, perhaps, to figure out a middle ground on improvements at this intersection. So far, to complete the entire signal improvements at this intersection, the city is still short about $300,000. And then the city, as of right now, does not have the funds for the pedestrian and sidewalk improvements. That includes design, and that's pushing about $2.75 million. So staff's perspective and why it was discussed in the staff report is that as we see more development here, especially residential and more commercial, how are people going to safely walk through this intersection? Staff did discuss with the applicant about removing conditions number 4 and number 25, and staff is okay with removing these two conditions. And again, the commercial use here, staff is supportive of. The applicant has told us there just is not the market for the senior housing, and that plan was so specific, it was impacting the developer from moving forward on this project. So staff is supportive of going from the senior housing to commercial on a commercial corridor, Indiana and Barry. So staff is recommending approval with conditions on the development plan, but that condition was coming to terms on some sort of cooperative agreement. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners to city staff?
Just a little clarification on the signal improvements and I'm assuming sidewalk. So together then you're 300,000 and then 2.75 million that would cost the city to do all the improvements on the street improvements. Correct?
Correct. And I believe Mr. Bossinetto is here if you have any clarification on that.
Not yet. I will
Okay.
later. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, let's welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm handing out to you first Patricia Jensen with the Ross Retz Law Firm at 4510 Bellevue here today on behalf of the applicant, and with me as the applicant is John Conforti immediately to my right, and then Matt Ravel is our engineer planner that has prepared the plans. I'm going to go through a presentation. I will acknowledge upfront the continued discussion about how you improve Indiana and Barry is something that the city's dealing with. What I'm going to tell you is it is not the responsibility of Indiana Commons, who is north of that intersection, to fund the shortfall. So we'll go through that. We'll talk about what their trip generation is, which is really negligible with regards to the overall area here. So if Andy would pull that up,
Is it on the desktop?
it's someplace.
Okay.
Genevieve loaded it for me
Okay.
on the screen.
I think I found it. There we go.
Go down or click. As Andy identified, this is north of Northeast Berry Road and on the east side of Indiana. It is outlined in red on this slide. And the request we have in front of you today is to rezone this property from R 1.5 to B2. R 1.5 was the 50-unit senior living apartment building, which really never came to fruition, and we never found a market for it. Then we would like you to approve the Indiana Commons Development Plan for just 2 commercial buildings totaling 19,600 square feet. So they're about, 9,800 square feet each. They have no drive-throughs, so additional traffic from a drive-through is not going to impact the city. This is the original submitted plan. If you look at I don't know if you can see it, but originally when we submitted the plan in February of 2019, we had envisioned these commercial uses. You'll see that plan shows the flex commercial uses on those 2 pieces. And the approved traffic study that was done for this overall area included those uses on there. What ultimately got approved in March of 2020 was, this is the approved development plan that shows the building there. This is the plan, as Andy has stated, that shows what we are now proposing to rezone to the commercial classification to allow commercial uses. What we envision are office type uses that will be needed by the neighbors. If any of you know this area, I'm sure Chairman Crowell knows this area, but it is a large growing area with lots of residential development occurring to the north on this site. Also, we've got schools, brand new schools located further to the north at about 108th Street. So Indiana takes a lot of traffic, and that's why the city is working on improving the intersection. This is the landscape plan that we worked with staff on. And these are the elevations. And as Andy stated, we made some changes, especially to the rear of our elevations, to accommodate kind of making it more interesting in the rear. So we were appreciative of the work that we did with staff on that. The issue, as that's in front of you, is that we are going to request that you remove condition number 8. 8 is pretty vague on there. It states, prior to ordinance request, the applicant shall enter into an agreement with the Director of Public Works to construct a signal at the intersection of Northeast Berry Road and North Indiana. Doesn't say how much, doesn't take anything into account. And it doesn't keep in mind that what they're asking for is really an off-site improvement. It is not adjacent to our site. The development to the south is adjacent to the site. And I'm going to go through the history on the approval of the Casey's to the south, which you all saw and approved. But first I want to go through a trip generation comparison between the approved senior living got to get it so I can read it. Old people can't read, you know? So the senior adult housing for multifamily, the average daily trips according to the ITE trip generation manual is 162. When you look at the land use category for general office building, the average daily trips are 281. So we're talking about just 119 more trips on Indiana and Berry, which is very negligible. The next sheet on the PowerPoint shows the traffic letter that was submitted with Indiana Commons. And I've outlined the paragraph in red from our traffic expert. She says, because there's another change coming in front of you on the west side, dealing with a McDonald's, it's not in front of you now, so the rest of that letter gears towards that. But she says there are two changes that are being considered. The first is on the east side of Indiana and is to replace the recent plan for a retirement home with two 9,800 square foot commercial buildings. The approved study included 44,300 square feet of retail with no retirement home compared to the current plan, which includes 39,600 square feet. Because the retirement home was a lower generating use than commercial uses, the study was not updated for the retirement home plan. And the change back to retail is actually reverting back to near what was approved in the 2019 traffic study. And then additionally, I'm going to turn your attention, and you all, I mean, staff can bring this code up, but when the development community starts looking at plans and preparing plans and submitting plans, one of the requirements that we always ask ourselves is a traffic study required in this instance? The code provides direction on there. It states in section 88-440-02-A, you might want to bring that up if you can, that a traffic study is required at the time of application for approval of any special use permit, preliminary subdivision plan, or other similar site-specific development plan if, and it's one that applies to this, it says, the proposed development or phases of development or contiguous tracts under the same ownership, which this is a separate ownership, would accommodate or could be expected to generate 100 or more added vehicle trips to or from the site during the peak traffic hour. And if you go back to look at my schedule that I showed you, the average daily trips during the peak hour for our general office is 41 for the AM peak hours and 43 for the PM peak hours. We don't meet the city's requirement to do an additional traffic study. So, I mean, I will acknowledge there's a problem. The city's trying to find funds to fully fund that permanent traffic signal. They funded it by, actually, it's $60,000 of John's money that helped put up the temporary signal. So we've already paid $60,000 for that overall area to help the city with getting the span wire signal up. So that is our request. We are requesting that you delete the two conditions that Andy talked about and delete condition number 8. And if anybody else wants to add any, John, do you want to add anything? We're available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners to the applicant then?
It seems like a good change of use, change and a good zoning change. You mentioned office. Is that just because that's an easier, or so it's B22, and I'm trying to look up what are the limitations of
There are other like retail or like a coffee shop, but they fall within that general office category when you're looking at trip generation.
Okay, so looking at.
So we looked at that for the trip generation, trying to find the most appropriate category.
Because clearly those would generate very different trips. Again, I think this makes sense, and I in general agree with your assessment of how signal should be paid for. But I was just curious about using the term office and how that affected trips, because I feel that this would be more appropriate, especially with the renderings. It would be more appropriate for a lot of neighborhood serving businesses, which is, you know, what it would be zoned for, whether that's dropping off dry cleaning or different services or small retail shops. I think that makes a lot of sense here.
Hairdresser, things like that.
And again, I'm not overly concerned with trip generation, but was confused about the term office.
Yeah, and one additional thing I forgot to mention to you is when you approved that Casey's gasoline station, which was just recently approved, you did not require them to do a new traffic study or to contribute. Casey's trip generation is 5,800 trips a day compared to our
Sure.
generation.
Sure.
So it's really an issue of fundamental fairness here.
Thanks.
You got a question? No. Okay. Okay, so doing these two new buildings just north of the intersection, any idea what's going to happen then to the south and along Berry? Is there anything been kind of thought?
The south on the east side?
Yeah.
I don't know. Those
So,
are some older homes
Looking in
along.
the green.
Oh, you've got the Casey's, which is directly at that
gotcha.
intersection. And then there are two other flex buildings that have been approved. I don't know that we've had a market yet for those two.
Okay. Okay.
I just want to clarify, one of the earlier pictures, Andy, you showed us the intersection with the signaling,
Correct.
and you're telling me those are temporary signals?
Fan wire. They're hung by wires.
So how long can they be there?
For a long time. MoDOT has had span wire signals all along Cookingham 291 for a very long time.
Okay, I'll jump in and add to my question that I was going to ask earlier. So the money's missing. How long would it take the city to have those funds and build that out appropriately, according to what the city?
Would you like Mr. Bassineto
Yes, I
to
would.
address that?
Yep, please.
Good morning. My name is Nicholas Bassineto. I'm the city engineer with Public Works.
Morning.
Yes, so those signals out there right now are temporary signals, basically spare parts from our yard. We put it up because the traffic situation was such an emergency. The sheriff was out there directing traffic. We had backups into the highway that MoDOT was very concerned about. So we put up those temporary signals to help because there was a McDonald's. They wanted to change the land use to a McDonald's, again, more traffic. So those are temporary. The total improvements at this intersection are about $2 million is the temporary improvements plus another 100,000 for engineering. So $2.1 million total. Originally, Marketplace 152 and the development on this side were supposed to, pay for it, but an ordinance was passed relieving them of those duties. That ordinance also stated that the $2 million would come to us from PIAC money. That never happened. So basically, the cost of putting a signal at this intersection fell on Public Works. To give you sort of just an idea, we have 600 traffic signals in the city. We have $45 million in deferred maintenance. We have over 250 signals that are falling apart throughout the city. We get $700,000 a year for maintenance. That's our budget. So basically what we've had to do is find $1.8 million that we scrounged together from our maintenance budget for Public Works to build this signal here. We're still $300,000 short. So all I'm asking is for some contribution. Market 152 is going to be coming in front of you for some changes to put more commercial development. So I'm just asking for some kind of contribution from the developers so that we can build this signal and take care of the problem that's happening there.
Question. So, might be off subject, but does your developer own all the property around it?
No, he just owns that area that I outlined in red.
I guess then my question would be, why would we be asking one developer to be paying for improvements that a bunch of other developers would be benefiting from?
We're just asking for contributions. We're not asking for the developer to put up all the shortfall, all 300,000. We're just asking for, as each of these developers come in, asking you to increase the intensity of land uses. Just, if people can chip in, it would just make this signal happen a lot quicker. Otherwise, we're just going to be sitting here and having these traffic issues for the long-term future.
But as Casey's came through within the past year, no request was made of them to make a contribution.
Where's the Casey's again?
Right to, Andy, can you point to it? Right to the south of the site. They're at the hard corner. They produce 5,800 trips a day. There's never a request by Casey's to hold them up or to ask for a contribution.
Sharon, you need to share the.
Yeah, sorry.
I
All
don't
right.
see a Quick Trip. I don't see a Casey.
There- I
There's a
think there's a
Casey's
Casey's right
to
here.
be built,
Right here.
Oh,
Commissioner Lynch. It's an approved plan that went through you and the Board of Zoning Adjustment last year. I have the staff report. There was never a mention made to ask them for a contribution. They're going to contribute a heck of a lot more traffic than our site.
How long realistically can the temp traffic control be there?
Well, the temporary traffic control, like I said, it's kind of like spare parts and stuff. And what happened is we also need, it's not just the signal, it's actually the intersection needs to be rebuilt with turn lanes and things like that. So as traffic increases, you don't have those turn lanes. So it's actually rebuilding the whole intersection to include, I forget which turn lanes it is, but left turn lanes, right turn lanes, things like that. And then having a traffic signal and this span wire, it's just a temporary, it's a Band-Aid measure. Like you said, there's no pedestrian signals, there's no, advanced, signals nowadays are really advanced, almost like robots. We have like a very sophisticated computers and sensors and cameras and things like that. This signal is just kind of temporary.
is there any code section or ordinance that requires a developer to fund a city intersection like this?
They get
I mean-
charged. That's what we
Yeah.
voted on.
Yeah, Commissioner Lynch, the US Supreme Court has established a test. It's whether or not the request by the city is reasonable to the impacts we're generating and whether the request is roughly proportional to the impacts we're generating. That is the overarching US Supreme Court test on when you can ask for impact fees.
But you
I-
mean,
I-
you guys are
Which
already
we
paying,
already
you're already paying your
contributed
impact.
$60,000.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very, very real problem and not
Yeah.
one that we solve here, and it's
Correct,
definitely not
yeah.
one that we tell the developer to pay.
That,
And
unfortunately, while it sounds like there's obviously a bunch of deferred maintenance, I don't think that's on each developer in the city. I mean, we wouldn't be growing if,
there'd have to be a comprehensive
Yeah.
approach to it.
Yeah.
And clearly, property taxes, sales taxes, density, if we've already built infrastructure, we want to make the most of the infrastructure. Clearly, we have to upgrade the infrastructure as we do it, but this is only working towards the solution
Sure.
long term, in
Yep.
my mind.
just wanted some clarity on the city's end of it.
Do you know if there's plans for a CID?
No, there's a CID at Marketplace 152 already, which is the south. If Andy will bring that up again, it's the south west corner of the site. But there were overall lots of improvements that had to occur with the Marketplace 152 site for topography and the like. So that money is used for those purposes.
I'm just trying to see what things have already been put in place that could help address your issue. Thank
And
you.
Mr. Bossinetto, just so that way we're slightly more educated leaving here than when we came in, to what extent do you feel that your department's underfunded when it comes to traffic signals?
Like I said, we have a $45 million deferred maintenance, but to answer your sort of your point, when developers come in and they cause traffic impacts, that's why, you know, basically we're asking them to mitigate, the developer to mitigate their own impacts onto the city infrastructure. We're
Sure.
not asking them to pay for everything. And so this project's sort of like a weird history, because we did ask them, and then council kind of relieved them of those duties, but then now we're back increasing the traffic. So I just want to make
And
that
it
clear.
wasn't this
If-
developer.
So
If we were looking at next year's budget and talking to
Sure.
council members and city staff, is there, you know, a realistic incremental increase that you're looking for, you're targeting, or you're socializing as the budget that you want for traffic signal improvements?
Yes, we do have a budget ask that we're working on working with our budget office.
Okay. Well, once you have it, I'd love for you to share it so that way we
Sure.
can be advocates for you. Because again, agree it's a problem, but for me to ask a developer in this type of situation to contribute, I'd want a really good understanding of the ratio at which we decide how far you are from the signal, number of trips,
Mhm.
acres that you have, you know, flow of traffic is just way more complicated than what we can do here.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, Ms. Jensen had mentioned that why didn't we ask the one that's sitting directly on the corner for improvements? Like for
To be honest with you, I never saw that review.
When it comes to the process, that gas station was a part of the previously approved plan. So it's a controlling plan.
gotcha.
What you're seeing today, they are changing the controlling plan. It's what we call a major amendment.
Right.
That brings everything back into play. So that is why Mr. Bossinetto had another review,
Gotcha.
because it kind of hit the refresh button because we're changing the mother plan.
By adding 119
Oh,
more
But is there,
trips. That-
Andrew,
no.
hold on, Ms. Jensen,
Okay.
please let people
Uh-huh.
talk and not interrupt, okay?
Okay.
So Andrew, can you talk about a couple of things? So when this change is coming through on this development, is there an effect, is there a master development of the whole thing, or just yet on this one, or is it already been parceled off to?
That's what you're seeing now is the importance of those original conditions. When they change, it impacts future developers that are buying the smaller sections of the overall picture. So exactly what you said earlier, how do you make it fair that each person pays their proper portion? In this case, the master developer, before everything being sold off, was relieved of those conditions.
Yep.
So
Okay, so now they're paying the piper now.
exactly.
Okay, next question. Can you just, so everybody understands why this isn't subjected to impact fees?
Yes.
It will be.
It will be?
Yeah.
Do you know what that dollar amount is, or?
65, right?
It'll be in chapter 39. I would say it's based on the square footage of the site, and an office is about $10,000 per square foot. If I pull up chapter 39, I can
That
tell
was
you.
the additional comment I was going to make, Chairman Crowell, which is there is an additional source of funds. Those are impact fees that get paid on everything.
Yeah, which impact fee district is this? Do we know?
B,
B?
yes.
I imagine it's grossly underfunded as well.
Well, and you also have to consider that all of the development that's occurred within that area, including all the townhomes that have just been constructed at Staley Corners East, all of those contributed towards the impact fees.
Is that area currently have abatement up
No.
there? Okay.
No.
For residential? No?
No.
Okay.
In the Northland, we often don't get abatement.
I mean, it's great program, but sometimes it strangles long-term.
No, yeah, there is no abatement.
I think I have one question. I just want to confirm. The dollar amount you're giving us, you already have the land reserved and acquired to make those left hangs and the ramp, all of that's taken care of?
The
So-
right of way?
So yeah, so the
Yeah.
figure you're giving us is for building the ramp and doing the,
Yeah, so actually, this used to be an old MoDOT right of way, so there was a lot of right of way because they were gonna build a big interchange. They gave it over to the city and we had so much right of way, we actually gave some land to the developer for free. We gave, I forget how much it was, like 70 feet of right of way or something. So we have still plenty of right of way to make the improvements. And we actually gave access to the developer. for
Let-
just
free.
want
what-
to confirm that all of that land part was already in place, so we don't have a fight when it's time to actually do it, that it's already there.
Yes. yes,
Let's
ma'am.
not confuse who you gave the developer to. That was Marketplace 152, not this
We-
developer
we
that's in front of you.
understand.
So, and additionally, Marketplace 152, Chairman Crowd did make improvements to the MoDOT on and off ramps. We improved the on-ramp to the south of the site as you're going, and we improved the off-ramp to widen the off-ramp from the east to, so from the westbound off-ramp from 152.
I'm gonna go back, Andrew. Why would we want to remove condition 24?
Condition 25.
I thought you said you want to remove 24 and 25.
Oh, number 4.
Number 4.
Number 4, which would require a project plan for future projects that would come through here. I was unaware that the intention of this project was to break this small section off from the Staley Corners project. This will now be called Indiana Commons for what you're seeing today. So that was okay to remove number 4. Number 8, I wrote in a broad way just to have the conversation with this body and Mr. Bossinetto here. I did not want to put somebody in a corner. So, and 25 is from Public Works. They were okay since the right of way is clearly identified on the preliminary plat. And as Mr. Bossinetto said, the city has room to do future improvements.
And 25 was right of way for Berry Road, which we're not even adjacent to.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission to staff or the applicant? Anything from Mr. Bossinetto? Okay, let's open it up for public testimony then. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 1, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay. All right, we'll close public testimony then. Anything else to add?
Nope.
Okay. All right, with that, we'll close testimony and speak amongst the commission. For me, this is pretty tough. Obviously, it's in the Northland and you'd like to see what's right for this intersection to get the improvements made to the intersection, so it's right, as well as the signal. However, it's something that the council bought off on and decided to remove the funding and improvements for that. It's now they get to live with it, I guess. And so they've got to hopefully come up with some money to help Mr. Bossinetto out to make this intersection whole. That's kind of my opinion on that. I don't like it. Wish there's something we could do, but
Yeah, and I'll add, I'm in support of removing condition number 8 with the approval of this project. I think that there's a bigger issue at play here in that the city is clearly developing out more land for developers, but doing so in a way that is very cost inefficient, and that is a problem that I think the city is trying to offload onto developers and making building even more prohibitively expensive than it is currently. I don't think that is their fault, and I don't think it's fair to offload that cost onto them because of inefficient planning. So I'm in support of removing condition 8.
What I like about the project before us is that I think this is a good pivot and a good fit for the neighborhood, for the area. I do think that having this type of retail is additive and needed in this area. And so I like that the developer was flexible and came up with something that I think is more fitting than the original plan.
Anybody else got any comments?
Chair Corral, I move to approve docket item 1.1 without conditions and 1.2 with conditions, removing conditions 4, 8, and 25.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items 1.1 and 1.2 with removal of the 3 conditions stated. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Harkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Passick.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to docket item number 2, please.
Docket item number 2.1, case CD CPC 2024-170, a request to approve an area plan amendment to amend the Line Creek Valley Area Plan future land use recommendation from residential low density to mixed use community. And item 2.2, case CD CPC 2024-153, a request to approve a rezoning from District B3-3 and R2.5 and R7.5 to District B3-3 on about 1.5 acres generally located at Northwest Berry Road and Northwest Winter Avenue.
All right, good afternoon, Chairman Crowell, fellow commissioners. For the record, Andy Clark, City Planning and Development in the Development Management Division. And before you are docket items 2.1 and 2.2. Case CPC 2024-170 is an area plan amendment, and case 2024-153 is rezoning without plan. This is at 7198 Northwest Berry, located also in the First Council District. We are just west of I-29 and the Berry Road interchange. This is directly north of the existing Quick Trip and on the fringes of the Zona Rosa development district. As you can see here, the current zoning is a B3 dash.
Andrew
Oh.
can't see.
Not sharing.
Not loaded yet.
Okay. As you can't see,
Yeah.
for the record. Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
So the site is located right on the fringe of the Zona Rosa district. It is also owned by Zona Rosa. It was never developed, so it's one of the few lots that is not developed. Something interesting for a quick history, the reason why you see this B3-3/R2.5, when Zona Rosa was first developed, we did not have mixed use as a use in the zoning code. So that's why there's 2 zoning districts, so they could allow for commercial and residential. That is why we are here today. We're also here today because the Line Creek Valley Area Plan in 2007 did show this lot as what would be mixed use community. When the plan was updated from the history I found in 2009, the recommendation for this lot was changed to residential low density. Because this is a rezoning, that is why you're also seeing the area plan amendment. They are rezoning just to B3-3 to remove the R25. You cannot have commercial uses in an R district. Here's a view looking northwest from Northwest Berry Road. The drive that runs in between, there is a cross-access easement. That becomes very important because in 2008, the City Plan Commission and Council approved for a Chick-fil-A to be on this site. It was quite an intricate site plan to make sure no traffic would impact the neighborhood to the north and west of here. The city vacated Winter Avenue so that vehicles could only use that cross-access easement for a ride-in, ride-out. Speaking of developers and traffic improvements, the ordinance from 2008 did state that the developer contribute $7,200 towards improvements on Berry and Winter. Because that Chick-fil-A was never built, those improvements never occurred. The reason why that history is so important is that this site almost 20 years ago was approved for commercial uses. Staff is supportive of more commercial uses at the intersection of Berry and I-29. So staff does recommend approval for the area plan amendment to go from residential low density to mixed use community, as well as the rezoning without plan to drop the residential element and only be zoned B3-3. And that concludes my presentation.
Andy, where is Winter Avenue vacated?
So it's long gone. It was vacated and then they shifted it to the west.
Got it.
Okay, any other questions for city staff?
Is B3 just to make it the same as the other area?
To be cohesive with the overall Zona Rosa development.
Can you quickly explain why you wouldn't go B2 to create more of a buffer for the residential area, since there's just a few things that are permitted by B3 that aren't permitted by B2, which some residences might prefer?
Right. There was no public input received from staff. That is a great point. I was sticking with the Line Creek Valley area plan. The area plan amendment says mixed use community is a B3 zoning district. So I was just sticking with what the area plan recommends. A B2, I believe, would allow for the drive-through, and we have drive-through standards. So that could limit the intense uses next to a residential use.
Thanks.
Any other questions? All right, let's welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Ryan Westhoff with Denton's US LLP, representing the owner and property management company of Zona Rosa. Also, I believe on Zoom, we've got Scott Ziegler with Trademark, which is a property manager for Zona Rosa, as well as Jamie Cox, also with Trademark, property manager for Zona Rosa, just in case there are any other substantive questions. I'll be brief. The 3 points I want to make in addition to the kind of staff presentation. First is just to reiterate the fact that this particular site, as well as the balance of Zona Rosa, sort of fell in this, for lack of a better phrase, a loophole in the zoning code in the transition in 2016, when mixed use was not permitted, going from a GP 3/4, which allowed for a commercial use that's akin to our current B3 use, as well as high density residential, just to allow for both uses to occur at the same time. When the transition occurred, now that we've got the dual zoning designation, staff has interpreted that under the current code to result in no commercial use allowed because of the residential use. So what we're trying to do is go back to what was originally the GP3, which is the equivalent of B3 today. Again, a reason why we chose B3 rather than B2. The second point I make is that the B3 use is consistent with the rest of Zona and is sort of compatible with the Berry Road corridor here at this particular location. I don't think residential use is appropriate or reasonable. So kind of reverting to the lowest use that's currently permitted is not workable from either our perspective or I think from the city's perspective along this corridor. And so the current use obviously needs to change in some respect. The third point I'll make is that just to reiterate the point that Andy made, I believe towards the end of his presentation, which is there were no neighborhood objections during the neighborhood meeting. We had no attendees that were present. Obviously, we might have some today. We'll find out, but I just wanted to make that point as well. That's all.
Okay, any intentions of what might go in that spot?
I think there's a few items on that are possible, at least what our brokers are currently trying to market. We don't have a signed deal right now with anybody, but I think Zona's interested in just marketing the lot, selling it to a user that's compatible with the rest of Zona. And they're obviously going to be very mindful of what goes in there, because if it's going to be a neighbor that's going to contribute to that development, they want it to match their current tenant mix, or at least work well with the current tenant mix.
And can you give an example of what that might be?
I couldn't speculate. I don't have the brokers with me today. Sorry.
Any, so the building itself, would it have the same look and feel as the rest of Zona Rosa?
Yeah, I think, right now next door, there's a NASB bank, and then adjacent to that is an Outback Steakhouse. So you're probably looking at something similar to those types of uses.
Is there going to be connectivity between the building and the bank? to the east?
Yeah, there has to be, just because with the current curb cut where NASB is on the west side of the bank, that's going to be our primary access point, which is right in only. We're not going to be able to make a left out of that. And so anybody that uses that particular site is going to have to use the reciprocal easements that we've got in Zona, similar to a lot of the other out parcels that sort of run along the highway there, to where you have to sort of drive through the parking lot lanes and things like that to get around. So any user that wants to go east on Berry is going to have to go through the NASB lanes and then around to exit through the stoplight, which is the main north-south road through Zona.
Okay, and this will be owned and operated, maintained by Zona in some way, or?
No, well, partially. So it'll likely be sold to a third-party developer.
Yeah.
And then Zona has maintenance rights under its current REA. And so there'll be restrictions that'll be put in place, construction. So Zona's property manager trademark will have a hand in what goes on effectively at the site, but ultimately it'll be a third-party owner. Similar to like the Scooters, which is just east of there.
Yeah. Okay.
And you I'm sorry, if it just reminded me of another point that I wanted to make. This isn't the first time that I believe this has occurred because of the Scooters, which was put in place there. They had the same issue that we did. They were under a B3 R25 district, and so they had to go to a B3 as well in order to allow their permitted use.
Okay. Yeah, for me, it's kind of hard to approve it without a plan, just because of the area. And it's kind of that gateway in to Kansas City from the airport down. This is kind of like the first major road that has a lot of different things along Berry, and kind of protective of Berry Road in general. So that's just my thought so far.
Sure.
Any other questions from the commission to the applicant? Okay, with that, let's open it up for public testimony then. If there's anybody that would like to speak regarding docket item 2.1 or 2.2, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, we'll close public testimony then. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, thank you.
All right. So with that, we'll close testimony and speak amongst the commission, or I'll take a motion.
I'm fine with it as is. I also think it'd be easy to change it to B2. Just because it's the uses that would be limited, or B3-2, the uses that would be limited would be very minor, but it might protect against, concerns about something that's not a good fit there. I don't think it would affect the developer at all.
Yeah.
So it might be futile, but I don't know if that sounds
Yeah,
like a good solution for you or not.
I think it'll be fine.
Okay.
We still got a development plan or site plan that needs to come through, so.
All right, Chair Corral, I move to approve docket item 2.1 without conditions and 2.2 also without conditions.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items 2.1 and 2.2. Margaret, could you take roll call, please?
Harkin,
Aye.
Beasley. Beasley,
I'm trying to
Oh.
decide. I'll say aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes then, 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right, let's move on to docket item 3, please.
Item number 3 is case CD CPC 2024-148, a request to approve a rezoning from UR to B3-2 to operate a parking lot for a comprehensive marijuana dispensary facility on about 0.37 acres generally located at 629 West 39th Street.
Okay.
Okay, look at me. No crazy error message on my PowerPoint this time. We've got CD CPC 2024-00148, and this is a request to rezone the subject property from UR, which is urban redevelopment, to B3-2, which is community business, so the site can be redeveloped. So the site is located in the midtown portion of Kansas City, Missouri.
Can you pull your microphone closer, please? Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yeah,
Okay, my apologies.
that's right.
The site is more specifically located along 39th Street, adjacent to Southwest Traffic Way. At the corner there of 39th Street and Southwest Traffic Way, the property is highlighted in yellow. Currently, the property is an abandoned vacant car wash that has not been in operation for several years. This is what it looks like from Google Street View. And some key points regarding this property. So there was a proposal for a multi-unit apartment complex to be on the site. That's why it's zoned UR, but that plan has expired. It's been longer than 4 years since the plan was adopted and no action was taken on the plan. So it has expired. The proposal today for the potential property owner and developer is to turn it into a parking lot and to have some potential drive-through components related to a marijuana dispensary that's going to be located directly next door to the west. But since the property is zoned UR and there's a development plan on it, the only thing that can be done is that development plan, which has expired. So their only options are for there to be a new development plan or rezone out of the UR designation, which is why we're here talking today, because they're proposing to just bring it back to its original zoning district of B3-2, so the site can be used for permitted uses within that zoning district. The review criteria for a rezoning case is listed on the screen. I'm going to go over 3 of the options, which supports city staff's recommendation. First being B, which is the zoning of the use of nearby properties. So all of the properties on either side of the subject property are also zoned B3-2. That includes some office buildings, a car wash a little bit up the road, and the existing site that's going to be redeveloped into the main marijuana dispensary is going to be an existing auto repair shop. So here's a look of from the corridor from 39th Street. If you are looking west, the site in question is kind of tucked away, but you can see the car wash and the office buildings here. Also, if you're standing sort of in the intersection of Southwest Traffic Way and 39th Street looking east, you can still see this heavy commercial area surrounded by the subject property. Next, review criteria, suitability of the property for the uses which it's been restricted under existing zoning regulations. Again, I said that there's an expired UR plan attached to the site. So without this rezoning or a new development plan, the property may remain vacant. Review criteria G, the extent to which approving the rezoning will detrimentally affect the nearby properties. We do not believe that a rezoning back to B3-2 will detrimentally affect nearby properties. Again, it's going back to its base. The proposals for a permitted use within that B3 zoning district. No changes seen here. Thus, city staff, we recommend approval. That concludes my staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Is the billboard staying?
The pole sign, the pole sign is technically deemed abandoned, but I do not believe there is an official notice of abandonment attached to the site.
Okay, so it'll come down at some time?
It could, yes.
I have a few questions about dispensaries. I feel as though we haven't seen a lot in the past couple of years. How can you give kind of an overview of how those are regulated in terms of where they can go and who, if it's determined at a state level, city level, et cetera?
Yeah, from my understanding of state law and our local laws, there are only a certain amount of permits to be had by people who are operating these businesses. And then they are regulated in the zoning development code by their overall category. So a dispensary is a retail use. You have some of the other manufacturing cultivation uses, which is industrial. So those are only in M districts. There's some transportation and other smaller uses that are in those categories. Recently, the city council and the CPC, we added additional regulations for those uses. Dispensaries, they cannot be closer than 2,000 feet from each other. There's also, I believe, a 2,000 buffer between protected uses. Protected uses for a marijuana business is different than a adult business. So for a marijuana business, it's a school, a daycare, or a church that there is a certain requirement be separated by. It's also not measured like as the crow flies. It's by legal path of walking. So you calculate the sidewalk, walking to the intersection, walking across the intersection into that property line.
And then, I should probably know this, but can you compare it to like liquor stores in terms of whether we would see, when we would see it and when it's allowed by right?
Yeah, so a retail business, if it's allowed by right and it doesn't meet the square footage requirement that would trigger a project plan or a development plan, then it would just go proper permitting and business license and the licensing with the states. From my understanding of liquor requirements, there are additional steps that they have to take to notify surrounding property owners, which are not applicable to marijuana businesses.
Well, thanks.
Any other questions for staff? I think I need to clarify my question. So there's a pole sign for the site that's on the west side, the northwest corner, and on the northeast corner is a billboard. I was asking about the billboard.
Looking it up now. If the billboard's actually on the subject site. Oh, I
Looks
see
like
that now.
They have two, right? They have their sign and then they have the other one that has like,
Yeah, the pole sign is one advertising.
Yeah.
I don't know,
So-
they might be able to keep that, but I was curious about the billboard.
The billboard looks to be in good standing condition and it's filled with advertisements. So it would be a legal non-conforming billboard and would be allowed to stay if the property owner chooses.
All right. Is the applicant available?
They're online.
We have Reese Williams and Stephanie Myers.
I'm sorry.
Morning.
Morning.
Thank you, Chairperson Crowell. Thank you, Commission, for your time. I'm Reese Williams with Armstrong Teasdale. I am counsel for the applicant, and also with me today are Reagan Etheridge and Paul Rockers are attending via Zoom and can answer any operational type questions regarding the proposed use. Anna, thank you for your time and your efforts thus far. I did send in a PowerPoint if you are able to pull that up, and I can just jump into my brief presentation. And one thing I also wanted to mention, I know that there were questions about how dispensaries are regulated in general, and part of the city's process in order to verify compliance with those ordinances is to obtain a zoning clearance affidavit, which requires the applicant to demonstrate that it satisfies the city's buffer requirements. And regarding the existing site with the planned dispensary, that zoning clearance affidavit has already been obtained.
And for clarification, Reese, you want me to share my screen with
Yeah.
your PowerPoint? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no worries. It's loading right now.
Okay, perfect. You can go to the next slide. So yeah, luckily Anna hit on all of these points, so I can just briefly kind of run through it again. Yes, the site is currently zoned UR for urban redevelopment with a specific development plan that is obviously no longer able to be used because it is expired. The rezone would be in conformance with all the adjacent properties and would permit redevelopment of the site and in harmony with the planned dispensary next door. You can go ahead and go to the next slide, Anna. So this is the current aerial view of the two parcels. The A&A Royal Auto and Trim is obviously the existing building that will be redeveloped into the dispensary with the vacant car wash. So if you go to the next slide, Anna, this is an overlay of the planned redevelopment of the site, including the property that's going to be rezoned. The vacant car wash is obviously going to be demolished, and the site will be utilized for parking and then also for queuing for the drive-through that's planned for the dispensary. So you can go to the next slide. And this is just to give you an indication of what the plan for the redevelopment of the A&A Royal Auto to the dispensary, just so you know kind of what is heading into this neighborhood. Like Anna said, this use is permitted by right in the B32 district, but we just wanted to give you that little glimpse. So you can go ahead and go to the next slide. So I just wanted to briefly hit on the rezoning criteria. As the staff report noted, the rezone's in conformance with the adopted plans and planning policies. The zoning and use of the nearby properties is all B3, which supports the rezone. The physical character, this is within a busy commercial corridor, 39th Street Southwest Traffic Way. The public facilities will be adequate to serve the development with the rezone. Again, this is going to just be an accessory parking lot that won't require any public water, sewage, utilities, things like that. The site is obviously not suitable for the use which it's currently zoned, because the UR is a 1-of-1 with the development plan. The length of the time, I believe the car wash has been vacant for over 7 years. The rezoning will not detrimentally affect the nearby properties. In fact, I know that through our discussions with the neighborhood association and we've been made aware that there are pretty significant issues with the vacant car wash structure as far as crime and things like that. So this will certainly be a benefit to the neighborhood and the commercial corridor. And the hardship obviously being that this site cannot be redeveloped with the existing UR code. So if you want to go to the last slide, Anna. So just briefly to touch on our neighborhood outreach efforts, the site is located within the Valentine Neighborhood Association. Notice of application was provided to the association back on October 2nd. Myself and Reagan Etheridge have extensively interacted and engaged with the neighborhood association. They've been terrific to work with. We held our public engagement meeting on October 22nd, had about 15 folks show up, and we also have been corresponding after that. And I believe that the association provided a letter of support to Anna yesterday morning. And the applicant is dedicated to being a benefit to the neighborhood association, to the commercial corridor on 39th Street and Southwest Traffic Way, and are looking forward to a long and mutually beneficial relationship with the area. So that's all I had. If there are any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
And that letter that was passed out at the beginning before my presentation is the letter he's referring to. I didn't get a chance to upload it before the intergov little break. So that's why I got a physical copy.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry. One more thing to add. Regarding your question on the sign, the plan is to reuse the current A&A Auto sign, but the plans for the billboard have not been determined at this point.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, question for the applicant. How much parking is the city requiring for this change of use? For the original or for the actual building?
I am not sure what the requirement is. I believe that we are over the parking requirement. Reagan, do you know that off the top of your head?
Yeah, I would believe that that is the case, that we are over, just because we would be using that additional parcel for increasing the parking at the Royal Auto. But we will go through the full permit process with the city to make sure that we're hitting all those ordinances in our development plans.
My concern isn't with hitting the minimums. There's currently 23 spaces on the existing lot. I'm just curious if that's under what the city requires for reusing the building.
I don't believe it's under, but if it were, the plan to expand with the parking lot would be 38 spaces. But again, when we go through the permitting process with the city, we will make any changes necessary to make sure that we meet those parking requirements.
Would you mind sharing your site plan or your proposed potential site plan again?
Sure, I can share my screen, or Anna, however you want to handle it.
Yep, I can pull it up again.
Okay.
And I'd just like to say on this site plan that it is just a proposal, a rendering. It hasn't gone through the necessary code, but we do have a civil engineer with Stock and Associates researching and investigating those requirements to incorporate and make sure that we are following the guidelines in our civil plans that we propose to go at with permits.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
So we are proposing a drive-through, that is what I'm saying, right?
They have acknowledged that they would like a drive-through. And again, this is just a rezoning without plan, so also city staff hasn't confirmed that exactly this layout meets code.
Okay.
So there are things regarding to queuing, distance to the R district, all those things that still need to be taken into consideration.
Okay. Thank you, Anna.
Okay, seeing no more questions, let's open it up for public testimony then. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 3, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
We do have people online. The first is Stephanie Myers.
Okay.
Hi, good morning. My
Morning.
name is Stephanie Myers, and I am a resident of Coleman Highlands here in Kansas City. I am writing to express my opposition to the proposed rezoning of the lots at 39th Street and Southwest Trafficway. The intersection of 39th Street and Southwest Trafficway is inherently dangerous, and it cannot safely accommodate increased traffic. It is my belief that future infrastructure and transportation improvements to this area are needed before rezoning the lot and adding businesses or residential projects that will increase vehicular traffic in this intersection. I ask that you deny this rezoning request. Thank you, and that concludes my testimony.
All right, thank you.
Next is Stacy Kenyon. Stacy, you're still on mute.
I found that. Thank you. My name is Stacy Kenyon. I'm president of Coleman Highlands Neighborhood Association. I'm a longtime Midtown advocate. I've also lived in Volker neighborhood, Plaza Westport, so I know the area pretty well. And I am opposing this rezoning for a few reasons. First, I want to point out that on the Midtown Plaza area plan, which I haven't heard anybody mention yet, the long range plan for this location specifically is mixed use community. And mixed use community, I'll boil it down to what I think impacts here. It says it's supposed to enhance the pedestrian environment of the community and generally corresponds with the B2 zoning category. B2. And this application is for B3. That hasn't been made clear why it should be B3 instead of B2. Also, a high turnover business like this is not pedestrian friendly. I agree with Stephanie Myers, who already spoke, that this is one of the busiest intersections in the city. Anytime there's a news story about busy and dangerous intersections, Southwest Trafficway and 39th Street are mentioned. There are 3 north-south divided roads there. divided lanes, I should say, and then the one east-west. Already there's backup in that intersection that is very dangerous from left turns from the car wash that's nearby and across the street. Good Day Farms, they are out of state. They don't know our local nuances and how they fit in. They do have other locations in the metro area, but they're all suburban. And no plans have been offered on this application to restrict left turns or to somehow prevent backup into the intersection. Property is zoned residential within a half mile of here. A fast turnover business is not helpful right here. The auto shop that used to be there, there was less frequent turnover of customers, which this shop would have. Also, I do want to point out, I know that some people are concerned about the use of the business. I already looked into it, and as most people know, this has met all of the requirements of regulated industries. That conversation is for another day, another time. But whether going in here would be a dispensary, fast food, convenience store, which we already fought on the opposite corner. The merchandise sold doesn't matter as much as the fast turnover business that is applying for rezoning here. And we already know that the city is doing traffic calming everywhere. We see complete streets being implemented on every intersection. Yet here, this application would facilitate a higher turnover business that would increase traffic danger. And for that reason, I do oppose this application for rezoning. And thank you.
All right, thank you.
We have a third person with a raised hand, Chris Jordan. Chris, you need to accept the promotion to panelist. You can go ahead.
Sorry, not used to doing this. Hi, I'm with the Valentine Neighborhood Association, and I was just on this call to answer any questions regarding our letter of support for Good Day Farms. And also wanted to point out in our letter that we had also conditions that we asked them to adhere to in a good type agreement. Some of those conditions are concerned with parking and the queuing line for putting in a drive-through. And the other is being able to close off their parking lot during off hours, because we've seen problems in the area with parking lots, especially like at Walgreens, being used for illegal uses. And I think that there are things that they can do that would help that business be a better neighbor. So like I said, that is in our letter that I believe you have a copy of.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Jordan? Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Jim Martin. And Jim, you need to accept the promotion to panelist. Jim, you can unmute and turn on your camera to give your testimony.
Anybody else?
Okay, I'm unmuted.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So I got a couple other Zoom panels here. Okay. Again, I'm Jim Martin, and I am on the board of the Valentine Neighborhood Association. And some of the reasons that we are supporting this is that, first of all, the dispensary will be there regardless of if this is supported or not. So the rezoning is strictly for the car wash area and to add the additional parking and a possible drive-through. This area, this parking area, this abandoned car wash has been a big problem for the Valentine Neighborhood Association. We've had homeless encampments. They've had, for many years, the current owner has not followed any requests from codes to put up barriers or even signage. We've had like 3 fires in that parking lot, that car wash area. And so this would be a great benefit for the overall neighborhood. Secondly, as far as concerns with the traffic at the intersection, is this car wash, the drive-through entrance is further away from the traffic way. So it would be able to not say minimize or greatly reduce the effect of traffic that's really close to the intersection. And one of our requests is to help them monitor any kind of overflow into the traffic way or any kind of backup by scheduling and having somebody out there to direct traffic and that type of thing. So we feel like it would be greatly beneficial for the neighborhood, for the overall area, and based on the working relationship that we have developed so far, is we feel like they would be very responsible owners. They're be working with the neighborhood, and that they are as concerned about the issues that we see as we are. They feel like they have got systems in place for any kind of people on the lot off hours. There were somebody close by that gets notified. They've got security cameras. And due to the fact that this is a highly regulated industry, they have all sorts of other things that are helping the security of the situation. That's my testimony.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else, Sarah?
There are no other hands raised online.
Okay, we'll close public testimony then. So going back to the applicant, we've heard a few things there, a few people in opposition and a couple people in support. Any thoughts on those that are opposing?
So yeah, I think that Mr. Martin kind of highlighted the kind of issue here is that whether or not this rezone is approved, the dispensary is permitted by right at the current Royal Auto and will go in. So to the extent that this rezone is granted, it would only benefit concerns around traffic generation at the site because it would allow for ingress and egress further away from the primary intersection of 39th Street and Southwest Traffic Way. It would create more parking for the site that would also prevent congestion. And like I said, if the plans for the drive-through do proceed, the queue as preliminarily proposed would be far away from 39th Street and obviously Southwest Traffic Way. So we believe that this rezone would benefit the overall operation of the dispensary that would be going into the old Royal Auto. And yeah, I would just also want to highlight the current issues that the vacant building has caused the Valentine Neighborhood Association. And we know that this is top of mind. And that agreement that was provided with the letter of support, the applicant, I know, is fully dedicated to meeting and satisfying the association with that agreement and is dedicated to being a good neighbor for the area.
Okay. Anna, when they do their building, are they coming back through, or is it just because it's by right, they don't need to?
I do believe that the square footage of the building is a size that it would not come back before the CPC.
Okay. So any concerns of Public Works might have with left turn on the westbound or anything of that nature?
Then they would make that note during the building permit plan.
Through the building, okay.
Building plans and permit phase.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or thoughts from the commission?
Yeah, I've got a few I can start with here. I should clarify that I'm in support of the business, but I am not in support of the use that we're trying to do with the second lot here. First of all, the current parking lot that's there, the square footage of the parking lot already exceeds the square footage of the building. And so with the addition of, the drive-through and additional parking, that's going to far exceed the square footage of the building that's currently there. I also think that there's an issue with de-densification here, and I understand that there's currently a car wash on that lot, or I don't know if it's vacant or in use, but with the removal of that, we're essentially ensuring that there could never be any dense use on this lot in the foreseeable future. And I think that another point to bring up is that this was a considered route for another streetcar alignment. And so I think the question we need to ask is this a use that we would want a streetcar to be on? So with additional parking plus the drive-through, I don't see that being a good use for a streetcar corridor. In terms of like walking experience, I think someone had brought up the idea of this making it a less desirable walk, and I agree that again, even though the walking experience here is not fantastic, this will not help that case. And I think also to bring up too, we talked earlier in an earlier case that the city is struggling with issues to fund basic infrastructure as it tries to expand its boundaries. And I think, although this is not directly contributing, I think this is a part of a greater whole, that the reason that the city is struggling is because of de-densification and a failure to be more efficient with its land use. And I think especially with something as with such proximity to Westport, which is one of the more denser parts of town, that we need to be more mindful of that. I think also too, like I'm sympathetic with the idea that the existing car wash is problematic to the neighborhood. I however think that turning that into a parking lot is a short-term solution that I think could be addressed with more strategic and more efficient use of the land. So I'm not in support of the rezoning for this particular lot.
Question for staff, is Southwest Boulevard a established parkway or boulevard?
It is not.
Cool, thanks.
Why did the staff not recommend conditions that were suggested by the Neighborhood Homeowners Association?
It's rezoning, and conditions traditionally, and my perspective per state and local law, do not have conditions attached to them.
Okay, any other questions or thoughts?
Follow up on your comment, Anna, that because of the size, it wouldn't come back through this body. Does it still give the citizenry the opportunity to continue to work with the developer on what they want to see happen?
It doesn't prevent the concerned citizens or the neighborhood association from working with the developer. However, after the rezoning is approved by city council, the property owner is allowed to pursue building plans and permits, which does not have a structured public engagement requirement like a development plan or a rezoning case would.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, we'll close testimony then and speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion.
Yeah, I understand Commissioner Hassick's concerns. I have a hard time not allowing someone to rezone this as B32. And realize, though, it comes along with certain implications based upon the corridor and the busyness of the corridor. I'm supportive of the rezoning.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Rezoning, it's on both sides of the lot as the same. They're both B32 on that. So, and regardless, the development that's looking to go in there can go in by right, whether this is rezoned or not. So, some ways seems like a moot point.
I'll go ahead and Chair Crowell make the motion to approve docket item number 3 without conditions.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 3. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hassick.
Nay.
Lynch.
Aye.
So it looks like the motion passes in 5-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to docket item number 4. How's everybody doing? We need a break or no? Good?
Yeah, for now.
Keep going. Docket item number 4, please.
I'll call 4 and 5 because they're related cases.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Number 4 is case CD SUP 2024-38, a request to approve a special use permit for light equipment sales / rental outdoor in a B3-2 zoning district on about 1.194 acres generally located at 6226 East Truman Road. And item number 5 is case CD SUP 2024-37, a request to approve a special use permit for motor vehicle repairs general in a B3-2 zoning district on about 0.367 acres generally located at 6228 East Truman Road.
The applicant available?
The applicant is online.
So I have 2 separate presentations. They're similar cases. They're on the same property, but they are different SUPs. So I have 2 presentations that I can give one after the other.
Okay.
We'll start with docket item number 4, obviously, though.
You share your screen, please.
Yes.
There we go. No idea what that big giant black box is that covers the whole screen. But
We've been
we'll go with it.
Alex been working on troubleshooting that.
We've got a ticket in for IT to fix.
There's
that.
always something, right?
So- All right, so good morning, Commission. My name is Alec Gustafson. I'm with Development Management Division in City Planning. This is docket item number 4, CD SUP 2024-38. This is for 6226 East Truman Road. This is the East Truman Auto Special Use Permit. So our site is located just north of Blue Valley Park, east of the downtown loop. Here's the site on East Truman Road. Nearby is Belmont Avenue. We're looking at on the west side of the lot. These 3 lots are to be combined. So you have the building on the far left in the yellow box, which is no longer there. You have the building in the middle that is surrounded by the smaller yellow box that is also no longer there. But this is the west half of the lot that's to be turned into light equipment sales and rental. So the case distinction here, we're looking at CD SUP 2024-38 right now is an SUP for light equipment sales and rental outdoor on the west half of the lot. Light equipment sales and rental is defined as sale, retail, wholesale, or rental from the premises of autos, non-commercial trucks, motorcycles, trailers with less than 10,000 pounds gross cargo weight. And then the next case we'll hear is on the east half of the lot for motor vehicle repair general. The only related case / permit was a complete building demolition in 2023 for one of the buildings on the east half of the lot. This is the 2023 view from East Truman Road. And you can see there's cars parked on the sidewalk, not great for pedestrian traffic. Similar on the east side, on the far, I guess, right side of your screen, you can see another car parked, but this is the 2024 view. This was their plan for the special use permit, showing their existing inlet, the grass, the sidewalk, and where they plan to do the paved lot. Another just distinction between the 2 separate special use permits. And then here we have their landscaping plan. It is zoned R2.5 on the north side of the lot. So there's residential units just north of this. That's why we required the tree buffer along the north boundary line, along with some vehicular screening on the southwest corner and the southeast corner on the separate second SUP. And then here's their lighting plan. And when we looked at the specific review criteria, the special use permit complied with all applicable sections of the zoning and development code. And this one was specifically for light equipment sales and rental outdoor. I realized that I have the wrong slide there. They're similar though. They say the same thing, just the use is different. And then specific review criteria D is this special use permit compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics, such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation? One of the things that I decided to highlight was that the standard operating procedures of the business are not notated on the plans anywhere, as well as the hours of operation for the overhead lighting should be added to the Board of Zoning Adjustment, but should be added to the lighting plan prior to BZA. Otherwise, the noise is not necessarily expected to increase considering that this business has been in use for a while. They're just kind of cleaning up the site essentially. So with that, staff is recommending approval with conditions, and that is for docket item number 4, CDSUP 2024-38. I don't know if you guys want to do a motion on that one or if you want me to go into the next presentation.
Yeah, go ahead and do the next one.
Okay.
What's the length of the SUP?
2 years. In order to, make sure that they comply with the site.
They don't have one now, is that right?
They do not have one currently, no. Okay. So now we have docket item number 5. This is CDSUP 2024-37. This is the east half of that same special use permit, or the same property, second special use permit. Same location, north of Blue Valley Park, east of the downtown loop. This is the east half of the lot. This was the side that I guess needed more of the cleanup. We are also requesting that they combine these 3 lots before the 1 week prior to the Board of Zoning Adjustment hearing. That is in the conditions report for both special use permits. Same case distinction. This is for case 37 for motor vehicle repair general. And this was the related case for the complete building demolition. Here's the view from 2022. These were the buildings that were demolished. It's actually the light blue building in the middle and then the small sheet metal building on the west side. This is what was demolished in that permit that I highlighted earlier. This is what we're left with in 2022 with cars parked on the sidewalk. And then just the cars kind of haphazardly placed in the lot. The purpose of the special use permit is to clean up this area. And we do have a condition. I do have a condition in this one that says that no cars shall be parked in the side of the special use permit. No cars for sale shall be parked in the side of the special use permit for motor vehicle repair general. This is their garage. They're also proposing an additional new garage directly west of the existing structure and behind the office existing structure. This is just a closer look. They have a proposed trash enclosure that is basically screening for the dumpster. Existing concrete pad in the north side of the lot, proposed new detailing garage with sheet metal siding. The existing structure is a brick building, and then the office building is the sheet metal one that is closer to the street frontage. This was their landscape plan, just similar to the other one, just highlighting the east side of the lot. And these are the elevations for each existing and newly proposed building. So you have the office building with the west elevation, the south elevation east, and the east elevation, proposing signage, which is in your conditions report. And it's just a sheet metal building. The existing garage is brick with a new sheet metal detailing garage on the north side. Here's their lighting plan. And similar criteria, exact same. We just are requiring that they put the hours of operation for the overhead lighting and the hours of operation on the business on the plans before Board of Zoning adjustment. And if you are looking at your conditions report, we have multiple conditions that all address parking, motor vehicle repair general. It addresses the lot consolidations by deed 1 week prior to BZA, and other conditions that if you have any questions on, you can look through those and ask. But moving forward, that's our staff recommendation, is approval with conditions. And I'm happy to answer any questions you guys might have.
I guess, again, you said that one of the requirements is to consolidate all the lots, so there'd
Yes.
be only one
Yes,
SUP as they go through.
there would be 2, I guess. If we get them to consolidate the lots, I guess there would be 2 on 1 lot.
Okay. Which condition is that?
It depends which case conditions report you're looking at. They don't print out in the same order. But let's see.
Condition number 8.
It's number 8 on the 0038.
Yep, on 38, it's condition number 8. And if you're looking at 37, it's also condition number 8.
Okay.
That just happened to work out well.
Okay. So they do that prior to the BZA hearing, so then it becomes 1 lot. Do we need the 2 still?
Yes, because it's two different uses. Our practice has been that each use has its own SUP. You heard this at your last meeting or the meeting before for a similar case where there were 2 SUPs, one for, it was the same
It was the
changes.
exact same circumstance. The one where we saw they had a special use permit in 2019 and 5 years later coming back. But this is the same situation, just without the existing special use permit.
Okay. Any other questions for city staff? All right, let's welcome the applicant.
Can everybody hear me and see me?
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm Brian Ruoff with 3F30 Architects. My office is at 7505 Northwest Tiffany Springs Parkway, Kansas City, Missouri. And I'm going to move quickly in respect of everybody's time. We are generally in agreement with the staff report, but I'd like to add a few items of discussion just for future reference in the BZA. This project has been through many months of conversation, and it did go through a planning process with one special use. Earlier in the summer, we had another separate neighborhood meeting, which we had one person there in attendance. Generally, everybody's favorable for this project. But in that process, we made the decision that it would be more appropriate to this to have 2 SUPs, and that was an agreement with staff, a mutual agreement with everybody. And we made that decision to go forward in this manner, and that's why you have it this way. I would like to make a note that there's some conditions in the report, and we're going to try to meet all those, but the project is tight. There's a lot of pre-existing uses and conditions that have been going on for decades. We're going to try to meet the landscaping requirements, and we're going to work with staff to do that in whatever manner we can. There's some discrepancies on how to screen the north side between the comments, in my opinion, and we're going to work through that. My opinion is A fence is going to be the most appropriate solution because landscaping won't grow in some of these conditions. So some of those things will just be things that I will work through going forward into this. We do have the BZA. We do also have a permitting process that will this will have to go through. There's a mention of lighting. This lighting on this site is very minimal. It almost didn't really justify a photometrics plan, in my opinion. There's no pole lights. We have mostly residential wall-mounted lights on these buildings. But there's been a movement in the city by the police department to increase lighting and that sort of thing. So once again, I'm gonna make a generalized statement that we will work with everybody in the city to get that lighting situation appropriate for everybody. And basically, that's the end of my formal presentation. I'm available for any questions if anybody has any questions of me, and I also reserve the right if if there's any other testimony or anything that comes up, I'd like to be able to respond to that.
Yeah. Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Well, seeing none. Let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony then. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket items 4 and 5, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
We do have someone online, Michael Unger.
Okay.
Michael, you can unmute and turn your camera on to testify.
Okay, is able to join us, you think?
I don't know. Michael Unger.
Okay. Can we move on to the next person? There's
We have
anybody?
no other hands raised online.
Okay. Well, this time we'll close public testimony then. Any other thoughts from the commission regarding these items? About you, Mr. Roof?
I'm fine.
Okay. With that, we'll close testimony and if there's nothing to discuss. I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item number 4 with conditions and to approve docket item number 5 with conditions.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for docket items 4 and 5 with conditions stated. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Merkin,
Aye.
Beasley, Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Kasich.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes in 6-0. All
Thank
right.
you.
Yep, thank you. All right, we've been through 6 already, and now we're ready for, everybody still okay? You're okay? Okay. All right, let's move on to docket item number 7, please.
Number 7 is case CD SUP 2024-39, a request to approve a special use permit in District R 2.5, B1-1, B3-2, and M1-5 to allow for a school on about 20 acres generally located at the northeast corner of Indiana Avenue and East 43rd Street.
All right, good morning, Commissioners. Justin Smith, City Planning and Development. And in front of you is docket item number 7. This is a special use permit for the King Empowerment Campus located at 421 Indiana Avenue. The subject site is located within the 3rd District, within the heart of the city area plan, just east of Benton Boulevard and East 41st Street. Here's a closer look at the site. You can see the subject site is just on the east side of Indiana Avenue in between 41st and 43rd Street. And this is the home of the old Martin Luther King Elementary School. Wanted to highlight the site plan real quick. So this will serve multiple community functions. The main one will be the elementary school, highlighted on number 1. And then 2 and 3 will also have an early childhood center and the family empowerment center. There'll be 3 vehicular access points to the site. So on the top of your screen, located off of East 42nd Street, will be the bus pickup and drop off. And then on the bottom left side of your screen will be the pickup and drop off for the Family Empowerment Center and the Early Childhood Center. And then to the right side of your screen will be the pickup and drop off for the elementary school. There are also pedestrian access to each side of the site. Wanted to just show the playground area, which is on the southern portion of the site, and that will be fully enclosed. Here's the landscape plan. They have met all the standards of the zoning and development code. And I wanted to focus on the parking lot landscaping. So these will be abutting streets, but they do meet all the parking lot landscaping standards. Move on to some elevations. It's a mix of brick, precast concrete, and metal paneling. So this is the north and east elevations, the south and east, and then another view of the south and the north side. And here are the west elevations. Then just some quick street view photos. This is looking to the southeast on Indiana Avenue. And then this is a view looking west on East 42nd Street. This will be the bus pickup and drop off areas. So with that, staff recommends approval with conditions, and I can answer any questions.
First question is.
Can you speak in your microphone, please?
That's right.
Yeah, thank you.
I was headed to get coffee. Is the former building been demolished?
Yes, let me go back. So this is a view from Google Street View from June of 24.
I thought that's what you were showing me, but the next slide showed the buildings. I said,
Yeah, I don't think we didn't have an updated photo on East 42nd Street.
okay. Just want to confirm that we're starting from scratch.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the commission to city staff?
Yeah, sorry, I'm feeling slightly lost on this. So why is it an SUP that we're seeing first? Did we see a development plan or anything?
No, for any civic or public use, it only requires a special use permit. So that's why you're seeing it today. And since that building has been demolished, it's kind of a major amendment to that special use permit.
Okay. And then will the applicant be providing more information about the building plan in their presentation?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions for city staff?
Yeah, I think you did trigger something, Tyler. So we don't have a development plan to approve. It's just the SUP. That's it.
Yeah, for a school in a residential zone, it would just require a special use permit.
What's the length on it?
For usually a new construction, we wouldn't put a time limit on it since it isn't a new build.
So, okay, I'm going to add to that. So does that mean, so if the whole point of the SUP is that we have a look back, right? So there's no look back period. Why would it be an SUP?
Our zoning and development code is requires the special use permit. And that's just typically what staff has done in the past. We can add a time limit on there if you'd like. I think I would recommend,
I just don't know why we went this route and not master.
Master plan development kind
Yeah.
of thing.
Yeah.
Well, let Sarah explain.
A school is a special use in a residential district. We don't put a time limit on it because the school exists. We don't want the school to, lose its ability to operate in that location. So there's no look back, but this gives you an opportunity to review the plan and look at the site plan and make any comments that you might have. In this case, the applicant is also requesting some variances, which need to go before the Board of Zoning Adjustment.
So in the case though that the school shut down, someone else purchased it, they could use for the same, they would still have the special use permit, correct?
The
Without
special
a-
use permit would still allow them to operate a school. It would not allow them to operate anything
Anything
else.
outside of
It
that?
would depend on what, the school district has been through this in other locations where they're changing the use, and then they have to comply with whatever the zoning and development code, requires for whatever particular use it is.
Okay.
That might trigger something to come back before you. I don't think the school district is planning on that at all at this point. They're planning to, open and operate a new elementary school and family empowerment center.
Sure. I'm just looking at it as like in the Northeast, we have elementary schools shut down and then get bought up by other members and use the space differently. So my only concern is not for the foreseeable future, but 10, 15 years, 20 years down the road, what happens is that does it open the door for someone to open up something other than a school with the special use
The
permit?
special use permit does not. The special use permit in this case is for an elementary school and the family empowerment center.
Perfect.
So is the applicant the Kansas City school system?
Yes, it is.
So they had the building previously, they demolished it, so that did away with the special use for that parcel?
I couldn't speak to whether there was a special use permit previously.
I'm not aware of a previous special use permit. I will add context that there is a current King Elementary right next to Paseo High School that is operating. So the plan is to move that elementary school to this new location once construction is completed.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm talking about the one that was demolished that was also King's.
Sure.
If it was a SUP on that facility, why do we need a new one if it's the same usage, same owners?
yeah, I can confirm. So there wasn't a special use permit, but the school is existing. So we'd kind of look at it as if it had one, since it's demolished, because it's in a residential district. So when it was demolished, you would kind of lose that special use permit or legal non-conforming use. So they would come back with the special use permit. And like Ms. Copeland said, they do need some variances, and this is just an opportunity to also look at the plan.
Okay.
All right. With that, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Good morning. Whitney Morgan, Project Manager with KCPS, Kansas City Public Schools. No real presentation. Want to give more context to the Family Empowerment Center for people who are not aware. So that provides wraparound services for the community. There will be a food kitchen, a clothing closet, desktops, wireless assets for community, meeting spaces for community, community kitchen, and that will be accessible during the day with security on site and separate from the Early Childhood Learning Center and separate from the elementary school. We've been going through design process with Hollis & Miller, our architecture firm, and J.E. Dunn's scheduled to start construction in March of 2025. I'm now entertain any other questions.
I think the reason I was confused is because most of the schools that we've seen have been additions and not complete schools, and so that's why an SUP for me was just interesting. Do you have any slides you could share about the building itself? Because I would like just a brief overview from your perspective on the building.
Sure. I don't have them on me, but we are welcome to come back and do that
So we could,
if you have some.
so if we could go back in your presentation, I'd be happy. My name is Melissa Brown. I'm with Hollis & Miller Architects. I'd be happy to walk through some of the plan for you. We also have Sasan Mahobian with SK Design Group online. He's our civil engineer.
Can we just go to the site plan?
Sure.
Might be a better view of it.
Can you go back to the one that has the 1, 2, and 3? Yeah. So, on this site plan, north is up, which is sometimes, important to point out because the plans get rotated and everything. As Justin mentioned, though, the number 1 zone of the building is a 2-story elementary school. The car riders will access from the west side of the building, and then the bus riders will access from the bus loop on the east side of the building. Due to the nature of the site being pretty dramatically sloped, there is a large retaining wall that abuts the bus loop and the gym, which will be built as a storm shelter for the school per current building codes. So the whole portion of the elementary school is 2 stories. And then that upper story of the elementary school will be connected by a hallway to the early childhood center, which is kind of at making that upside down and backwards L at the northwest corner of the site. And then the Family Empowerment Center is kind of at the pinnacle of the northeast corner of the site. So it feels like it's all one building and all one campus with similar materiality and architectural language. The southern portion of the elementary school will have the playground equipment for students, and then just south of that is a play area. So not really designating that as a specific sport, but just kind of like a grassy place that could be accommodating soccer or any of the other fun things that kids do. And then the bus loop during the day will double as hardscape for the kids as well. So they can kind of have some various options for play with like basketball goals and gaga ball and all things like that. Per Head Start requirements, the ECC will be designed for 250 students and will be fully Head Start certified. There will be an outdoor classroom and outdoor play appropriately sized for the Head Start requirements, and that portion is located just to the south, kind of in the nexus of the ECC building up there. All of the interior of the building will be designed with current and forward-thinking elementary school designs, lots of thinking about flexible learning and making sure that students in this area have access to everything that any student in the Kansas City area would have. I think that's a core value of ours.
You mind continuing to go through the other slides real quick? And if we could just get a little bit of commentary, because this is really helpful for me. Thanks.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go to the
Perhaps the
elevations?
That'd be great.
Okay.
It's funny when they're flat. I look at them in 3D a lot.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, they might,
So,
I don't know
so
if you can
this-
see them on the screen
yeah,
very well.
okay, I'm oriented now. So this is a view of the north elevation of the building, which is that 1-story portion on the upper part of the site that I mentioned before. You'll see in the middle, there's kind of a tower element that is has been designed to really be a showcase feature kind of signage moment for the campus, honoring Dr. King, who has the namesake of the school, as we mentioned. We also thought that it would be nice that the site, kind of as it slopes down from 41st, is kind of a vertical element that will draw the community's eye to the front of the building there. And there's also a series of canopy for protection when students are dropped off. And just kind of, complementary fun colors for kind of some accents and things like that. And then we're doing, the Target red bollards. We're doing those instead of like rocks or pillars, just again to provide a fun element for kids to, feel like it's a welcoming environment for them to come and learn.
Have you picked your materials yet?
Sure. So kind of the colors are really boring on the elevations, aren't they? Yeah. So the brown will be a nice brown and tan brick blend. The kind of butter color that you see on the corner there, that is a really, that will house the early childhood indoor play area. So there's going to be really big windows there, lots of access to natural daylight. If you recall, the previous building had no windows. So really, step one for us, let's provide some windows in the building. So I think we've checked the mark there. Anyway, so the butter color is a natural stone material that we're providing. And then the kind of baseball color brown is a wood look metal panel. So a really durable, a wood look metal panel. It's basically a really durable metal panel that has a wood grain printed on it. Yeah, so not providing wood because that requires the district to maintain it. But will be a long-term material that also provides that warmth and inviting feel for the students. That's the major material palette. The rest will be, the blue is going to be a vision glass, not a huge reflection or any color there, basically just a clear glass. And then the in some of the feature areas, like I mentioned, the corner of the early childhood at the commons and some of the main entry points for the elementary school, we're going to use some color mullions that will again provide some of that kind of like elementary and early childhood level of excitement and play and engagement with the building. So not making it seem like it's a camp, like a college.
So when you say early childhood, what age are we beginning at?
3 and 4 year olds.
4.
Yeah.
And elementary up to 6th grade?
Bond dependent. 6th grade is being planned to be housed here, so it will have the capacity for K-6. But the district is interested in relocating 6th grade students if their bond passes in April.
From the Paseo location?
From all locations.
From all
So we're looking
locations,
to
yeah.
do, if the bond passes, we're looking to do a 6th to 8th grade reconfiguration, re-implementing middle schools and taking 6th grade out of elementary schools.
In the event that that bond does not pass, the school has been designed to
No, I'm
accommodate K to
I'm
6.
stuck in my time zone. To me, middle school was 7th and 8th grade.
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, some places it's 5th through 8th.
Okay.
I did a 7th and 8th grade too.
The idea of making sure that students those age have their own space and their own school to operate because they're too old for elementary school, too young for high school. Sure. And for the benefit of the commission, we've been involved with Oak Park Neighborhood Association prior to demolition. We met with them, and then prior to design, we met with them, and then we recently met with them 2 weeks ago to give them some of our final concepts and get their blessing there. We've also been working with the current king, their staff and parents there, giving them concepts on what the school will look like, and they're excited as well.
Excited as well. Once I confirmed the old building was gone.
Yeah.
Few more potentially ignorant questions. So 255 students for the early childhood campus. How many, and that'll be operated by Kansas City Public School District?
Correct.
And how many students for early childhood does Kansas City Public School District currently?
District-wide?
Yeah.
Let me see, Richardson, Woodland. Ballpark estimate, probably about 2,000, if I had to guess.
A lot. And then, are there other areas where the campus is combined like this?
So our plan is to do a similar campus in the Woodland area, elementary, early childhood, family empowerment center. That's kind of the vision of Dr. Collier, our superintendent, to provide these services to the community, but also obviously the school.
And then the additional parking is for special events or something, or?
Melissa, I'll let you talk to.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say that there's an excess of parking that we've designed for the site due to the capacity of the elementary school and the early childhood. So the north lot will primarily be for early childhood staff and drop off, and then any family empowerment visitors that are there during the day. And then the southern kind of kidney shaped one is going to be for elementary staff, and then the car loop.
Yep, thanks.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, let's move on to public testimony then. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 7, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
We don't have any hands raised online.
All right, so we'll close public testimony then. Anything else y'all like to add? I mean, I think you've looked at the conditions and have no issue with those.
That's correct. We have no issues with the conditions.
Okay. With that, we'll close testimony and speak amongst the commission, or if everything's all right, I'll take a motion.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item number 7 with conditions.
Second. I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 7 with conditions stated. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Harkin.
Aye.
Beasley. Aye. Crowell.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Looks like the motion passes 6-0. Thanks for bringing it in and everything you guys are doing for Kansas City Public Schools.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thank
Yep.
you. I serve on the Prairie Village Planning Commission, so I say hello to you.
All right. So we keep going. Let's go on to number 8.
Docket item number 8 is case CD CPC 2024-138. A request to approve a major amendment to an approved development plan, which also serves as a preliminary plat in District MPD for the purpose of expanding the district and allowing for 20 million square foot of commercial, office, and warehouse development on 32 lots on about 2,143 acres, generally located on the north side of I-29, I-435, and Northwest 128th Street, specifically at the southeast corner of Missouri Route 92 and North Bethel Avenue at the terminus of Mexico City Avenue.
Good morning, afternoon. Good morning,
Oh,
Mr.
still
Chairman.
good morning. Yeah, and I love that we got the clock fixed over on that side.
Good morning. Olaf Agbaji, City Planning and Development staff. Don't let the size of the project fool you. This is a small and a quick amendment to, again, what is the KCI 29 Logistic Park. Again, this is located in the Northland, just north of the KCI airport, where my arrow is pointing. A closer look shows where it is just off the extension of what is future Mexico City Avenue. Again, this is the site highlighted in yellow. I got this from on Midwest site, so it's better than the one I had. This is the actual boundary of the existing MPD development plan approved last year. Again, this was approved back in 2022, and like Sarah just read, it was approved for 20 million square feet, 32 lots, 4 phases, and it's about 2,136 acres. And also want to show off a little bit. This is the first project. Tenant number 1 is under construction and getting ready to open. That's Ace Hardware, and that's on lot 1, about 105 acres, and it's about 1.5 million square feet. So that's up and going, and we hope to see more of this. I think tenant number 2 is under review and under permitting. So this is what it will look like. So today's request before you is to amend the MPD to allow for additional 7 acres to be added to the MPD district. So, and that's why I didn't want to oversell. So the process for amending this is the same process as rezoning. So we're going to be rezoning the entire MPD to then bringing the 7 acres into the MPD. And that's all today's action is. Again, this is an excess right-of-way that was obtained from MoDOT. As you can see, this is the overall plan, and this is the 7-acre area. Let me just go closer. So this is the 7-acre area that's been brought into the district, which now the district will be 2,143 acres. So they did hold a public engagement on November 7th. And that's, I think the result is in my staff report. And staff's recommendation is for approval, subject to the conditions, which were the original conditions anyways. And I'll take any questions.
So the 7 acres seems like a drop in the bucket compared to everything else. Is there anything planned for that, or is it just?
Tony Borchers, Hunt Midwest. We're marketing it right now to fuel centers, uses like that, that, you know, would desire to be in this location, obviously with interstate frontage, and then adjacent to the, you know, thousands of workers that will eventually occupy the area.
Gotcha. Okay.
And this right of way was freed up just as part of the relocation of Roan Ridge Road, which is complete and opened up and accepted by the city.
Okay. All right. Any questions for the city staff? Anybody? Okay. So anything else you'd like to add?
The only request I would have was maybe some consideration to one of the conditions on the tree preservation ordinance. As staff points out in section I of their staff report, you know, we're working as diligently as possible to try to preserve trees in the stream buffers. And as such, we've established over a mile of stream buffers already, which is the first phase of the project. It was not, the original MPD was not subject to the tree preservation ordinance, so we're just throwing that out for consideration.
Okay. Is this Olafu, this number 3, is that looking to be applied to the whole development or just this site?
Is that a condition?
It was
Number 3.
condition 3. I believe from Parks and Rec.
Yeah, it's from Parks and Rec. So my condition did not include that. I will reach out to Parks and Rec and we will resolve this prior to the ordinance being introduced. Because my condition number 2 stays as part of, no, actually should be number 1 is the main condition. So the intent was not to do anything outside of the original approval. We do have an extensive landscape. I'll reach out to Parks and Rec. I didn't really look at this, but I'll reach out to Parks and Rec, and we have an extensive landscape alternative compliance plan that was approved by the Aviation Department and FAA because of the proximity to the runways and the flight path. So I will reach out to Parks and Rec and we'll resolve
Okay.
that.
Is there anybody from Parks online?
Ricky.
You can probably stop sharing your screen too, I'd imagine, Olafu.
Ricky Sanchez is online.
Good morning. Yeah. Hi, Ricky Sanchez from Parks and Rec here. Yeah, I'll work with Olafu to see about the condition that's on there.
Okay. We'll probably have to leave it on and then you guys can work it out prior to council.
That's fine. We appreciate the consideration and staff's diligence on the project.
Okay.
Will we see anything again when the rest of the road is removed on the east side of Mexico City Ave? Roan Ridge that turns into 132nd?
No, they wouldn't. Part of this was also to have the MPD final plan go through the director. And that's why I bring it to you to show you, kind of show and tell, to show you what's happening as it goes through. They want an expedited permit track to be able to get through final MPD real quick to get to building permit. And as this goes on, the next project, the next time I have, I'll probably be sharing those with you. So just to show you, because they are also relocating. We did a major street amendment as part of this. So the east-west streets are going to be relocated. So I'll try to get an update to the Plan Commission as often as I can.
And those are all designed and constructed according to city specs for major streets.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant or city staff? All right, with that, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 8, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
We do have a hand raised online, Tracy Hansen.
Okay.
Tracy, you can unmute and turn your camera on to give your testimony.
Hi, good morning. My name is Tracy Hansen.
Morning.
Good morning. So I'm a resident that lives near the KCI planned airport industrial park. And I don't think the community was well aware of the extent of what was presented. Initially, it was just to be the 7 buildings, and now we find out that it's 20 million square foot of operations. They didn't consider the trees and the buffers from the airport for air pollution for our community. They did not consider our community. I'm frustrated in the fact that it said that they did their allowed 2 meetings, but these meetings are held during the day. So it's very hard. And when you have the notifications that it's only has to be a certain amount of feet, well, that's acreage from, there's not a house right next to that. So a lot of this is done behind the scenes. The other thing that I'd like to state is if you drive down Winnan to see where their public notification is, it's a very small sign. Right now it's kind of dilapidated, kind of overcast. So I don't think it gave the public enough time to be aware of what was actually happening. So when we go forward with these huge developments and people make money off of ARPA funds and the taxpayer money, I think it's very important that the community is involved in planning the area that's going to affect them. I mean, 7 buildings, we're about progress in the Northland, but it's responsible progress. And the way that this was done was quite underhanded. And I'm just wanted to join the panel to let you know kind of what was going on behind the scenes. So that's all I'd like to say.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else?
There are no other hands raised online.
Okay. Olafu, could you mind commenting on the Ms. Hansen's comments that called in by chance? Just the notice and the process and everything that happened as part of public involvement and how this project went through.
On the original one or this one?
Yes.
I did talk to Ms. Hampton for, I think, multiple times for a long time. Yeah, the notices are 300 feet, and just like every other project, they're the same distance from that. And the notice for the first case was 300 feet. This notice was also 300 feet. We gave multiple signs to be posted. So I think she saw the one on Winnan Road. Our sign is the same size, so the size of the project does not mean I should make a larger sign. So it's the same sign. We give multiple ones based if the area is larger. So I did give them multiple signs. We talked about other concerns, and she's referring to this meeting being held during the day. Public engagement meetings cannot be held during the day. They have to be held outside the normal hours. So it's not the public. So she's referring to our CPC and
Gotcha.
council meetings being held during the day, not the public engagement.
Yeah, from my standpoint, I'm glad they're held during the day, because if we held them at night, I don't want to be here till 2 or 3 in the morning. The way they go now. And that's just me. Maybe the rest of my commissioners think differently. But
No, in agreement.
yeah, okay. And as far as notices on this particular project, but I'm assuming right there at Mexico City Avenue, because that's where
Actually, the whole project, but still, it's just so rural that even at 300 feet, you don't capture that much.
Yeah, it was mailed, and I can't remember the number of notices that were certified mail, but it's from the perimeter boundaries of the overall project. And this public engagement meeting was held at 5:30 on a Wednesday night, online. The original hearing, I believe, was at the Rock of Casey Church, both also in the evening at 5:30 or 6.
Okay. All right.
We have another hand online.
Okay. We haven't
John?
closed it yet. I don't think, did we?
I don't think so.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So John is joining as a panelist. John, you can unmute and turn your microphone on. Turn your camera on to give your
Hi,
testimony.
just a quick question on that, the 300-meter notification holding the meeting. So there's a meeting that we hold at, say, 5:30 in the evening. How are residents further than 300 feet away from the property in question alerted to this public meeting that is going to affect them?
I can answer it from my standpoint. A lot of times, as part of the notices that go out, they go to the neighborhoods. So the neighborhood is notified, which puts it on their agenda to notify all the residents within their neighborhood. But the 300 feet, in some cases, the actual people that get the notice will talk to their neighbors, who talk to their neighbors, and know that it's there. So,
So the
But-
onus is then on so the only responsibility of the developer is to notify people within 300 feet of it, and then we hope that those neighbors will pass it along to the other neighbors in the area over the next 12 to 14 days before we have the public meeting. Is that a true statement?
yes.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead,
Yeah.
Olafu.
John, can we get your name and address?
Oh, yes. Yes. First name is John, John. Last name Jervis, Gerv as in Victor, AIS.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, and let me just to add to that, there's two separate notifications you get. The developer sends one for the public engagement, and you get one from the city notifying you of this hearing. So those are two separate communication you'll be getting.
Right. So we get one in the form of a docket and one in the form of an 11 by 11 sign posted on the property.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
There are no other hands raised online.
Okay, so we're going to close public testimony then. Anything else you'd like to add regarding this project?
No, sir.
All right, anything else from the commission? All right, so we'll close testimony then. Speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, I move to approve docket item number 8 with conditions.
Second.
I've got approval and a second for docket item number 8. Margaret, can you take roll call for that motion, please?
Parkin?
Aye.
Easy?
Aye.
Crowell?
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
Passick?
Aye.
Lynch?
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes in. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time today. Appreciate it.
Yep. All right. What is, most people, what case are you waiting on? 10.1 to 10.3. So this is what I'd like to do. I'd like to hear case number 9. We need to take a lunch break and then come back. So,
We do,
what's that? We could do 10 point, if you guys want to move on with it.
and if all of them are waiting,
What's that?
I'm saying, could we start with 10.9 and then come back to 9?
I don't know if it's fair to the applicant that's here in front of us, the number 9.
Okay.
So let's hear them both. And then after docket item 10, then we'll take lunch break.
Okay.
Does that work? All right.
Item number 9 is case CD CPC 2024-137, a request to approve a major amendment to an approved development plan, which also serves in lieu of a special use permit to permit general motor vehicle repair in District B3-2 on about 10 acres generally located at the northeast corner of Northwest 68th Street and Highway 169.
Can you see my screen?
Yep.
All right. Thank you. Docket item number 9, case number 202400137. This is a development plan for Crash Champion within the Oak Hill Plaza West development. With me is Amy Grant and
Patrick Joyce.
Patrick Joyce. Hey, Pat. This is located again in the North Line, just off Highway 169 and the city of Gladstone. As a closer look at this location. Again, the parcel is highlighted in yellow. It's at the northeast corner of Northwest 68th Street and Highway 169. And the city of Gladstone is just to the right of this parcel. The reason this is before you is an amendment to an existing development plan that was approved a while ago. Here is an aerial view of the site. Again, on the south or on the south side, which would be my right along Northwest 68th Street, is Quick Trip gas station. And then on to the east of the site is Kindred Hospital, which was also recently approved. This is the current approved plan that was approved back in 2020, amended and approved back in 2026. And this plan within this area allowed for the hospital, allows for a bank, and also allow for 3 retail office buildings, of which bank's no longer there because Quick Trip is currently here, and then the Kindred Hospital is here. So what we have on the site now is just the current 2 uses and then the vacant parcel. Because this is an approved plan, the applicant with all the chose to do the amendment rather than amendment and then doing a development plan. So this amendment will serve as a preliminary plat to allow for the platting of this as Lot 2. It will also serve in lieu of special use permit that's permitted by 88-51709, because this is going through a special a development plan. So it will replace the 3 buildings I showed on the previous page with the 146 parking spaces, with a new proposed single-story 26,000 square foot building with 116 parking lot. That parcel, which will be future Lot 2, is about 4.5 acres, and the building height is proposed at 45 feet. This is the tree preservation plan, which the main goal of this is to retain the trees that are to the north to buffer from the existing single-family residences. This is a cross-section that I asked for to show what the view is going to be from the public right away. I'll go back to that. The public right away, which is what you see as you go north and south on 169 highway. So the site has a very, very aggressive grade change, about 50 to 60 feet, changing grade from one end to the other, which is why I guess it's been difficult to develop. But what that shows is that with the building and the berm and the way the building is situated, the view from 169 is going to be limited. That was one of my major concerns. This is the landscaping plan that was part of the proposal, which would then still meet and provide all the required landscaping for vehicular use areas, in addition to the existing vegetation, and addition to planting trees, in addition to the grade. So it's we're using all we can. This is a rendering of what you see when you pull into the site. And one of my recommendations, this view is the southeast section of the building, which is what you see as you pull in off a private drive. I wanted this repeated on the southwest corner so that you at least have a view of some office or some architectural view from the highway that looks modern, because there's garage doors on both sides. Again, so they repeated this for me on what will be the west side, and then limited garage door. And then we did provide additional berms, screening, landscaping for the garages. And I'll go back to, I forgot the simple note. So this 2 lots here share a common driveway, which with reciprocal cross-access easement. So lot 1 and lot 2 share the same access. So there's no public street and these are private drives. So everything on the side is private. So the only public view will be along 169. So my emphasis was on that, and then the buffering to the north. They did hold a public engagement, October 16th, which is attached in your staff report. And staff's recommendation is for approval subject to the conditions, and I'll take any questions.
Okay, any questions for city staff? All right, then let's welcome the applicant.
Yes, thank you. My name is Amy Grant with Pulsanelli PC, 900 West 48th Place, Kansas City, Missouri. Again, Patrick Joyce is our civil engineer for the project. Out of respect for your time, you had a very comprehensive staff report. We are in agreement with conditions 1 through 19 and are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Any questions from the commission to the applicant? Nothing? Okay. All right, with that, let's open it up for public testimony then. If there's anybody out there from the public that would like to speak regarding docket item number 9, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, we'll close public testimony then. Anything else to add? Okay. So with that, take a motion, please.
Yeah, I appreciate the applicant working with staff to create, four-sided architecture and work on the screening and berms. With that, Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item number 9 with conditions.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 9. Margaret, could you take a roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes then, 6-0. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's move on to docket items 10-1, 10-2, and 10-3. And then after this, we're going to take a half an hour lunch. So those that are docket items 11, 12, 13, 14, or 15, we will hear you after lunch.
Item 10.1 is case CD CPC 2024-141, a request to approve an area plan amendment to the KCI-A area plan from mixed-use community to commercial/industrial on about 50 acres, generally located at the southeast corner of North Congress Avenue and Northwest Cookingham Drive. Item 10.2 is case CD CPC 2024-144, a request to approve a rezoning from District AGR to M2-1 and B3-2 on about 50 acres generally located at the southeast corner of North Congress Avenue and Northwest Cookingham Drive. And item 10.3 is case CD CPC 2024-145, a request to approve a development plan also serving as a preliminary plat to allow construction of commercial and industrial buildings in proposed districts M2-1 and B3-2 on about 50 acres generally located at the southeast corner of North Congress Avenue and Northwest Cookingham Drive.
Good morning, commissioners. One moment. As stated before you, docket items 10.1, 10.2, and 10.3, we have an area plan amendment, a rezoning, and a development plan that's also serving as a preliminary plat at 7401 Northwest Cookingham Drive. Site is generally located in the northern portion of the city, east of the airport, and just north of I-435. It is one existing parcel that is at the corner of Cookingham Drive and North Congress Avenue. previously used for agriculture. So looking first at the area plan amendment, the KCIA area plan recommends mixed use community as the future land use. And the request before you is to amend this to the commercial/industrial future land use designation, which is the what you see primarily to the south with the kind of pink and purple and white hatching. And then this is the language that's in the area plan. So what's existing here, the mixed use community, primarily you can see examples on this bottom bullet point, what you would see at Zona Rosa area, Line Creek Parkway, more commercial, obviously mixed use community. And what's proposed is the commercial and industrial designation, and examples of that is the I-29 corridor about where this site is located. And then looking at the rezoning, as stated, the site is currently zoned AG-R, which is generally an agricultural zoning district, and the request is to rezone a portion, which you'll see on the plan in the next slide, to B3-2 to allow commercial uses and M2-1 for industrial uses. This is the development plan that was provided. I've just highlighted the B3. It's a small area up on Cookingham, and then the rest of the site is proposed for industrial tenants, which are still speculative. So that will be the M2 zoning. There is a proposed public street that will come through the site. There'll be utilities extended in there to serve all of the proposed lots. There are 9 lots proposed and 1 detention tract up in the northwestern corner. And as the development is still largely speculative, rather than design each lot with the building placement, parking, number of spaces, we asked for that information to be left off at this time, and that it will be reviewed with a separate project plan. So that way the future developers don't have to come through and amend the plan every single time if it doesn't match perfectly. So right now, these are sort of placeholders for the time being. And then again, just pointing out that 1 lot for commercial uses up on Cookingham and the rest industrial primarily. Associated with the development plan was a set of development and design guidelines. So because we're not reviewing site details at this point in time, we do want a cohesive development. So we worked with the applicant team for them to provide some general guidelines. So there's a cohesive development as each of the tenants come in the future. And those guidelines include things like the building placement and parking placement suggestions, building materials, and pedestrian access. And then I have a couple of street views of the site. So this one is at the northwest corner. So the intersection of Cookingham and Congress. This photo, I will say, some of these are older photos. So this one's from November of 2023. This one is also from November of 2023. This is sort of more in the center of the site, looking south off of Cookingham Drive, where you see the fence. That is a separate property. And then this is the view from 435, so along the south of the site. Again, this photo is from 2023. And then this is the same view in the previous slide, but as of September of 2024. So we see that the site was cleared in the previous season. As stated in the staff report, there are exemptions for tree clearing when it comes to agricultural uses. That was a note provided on the plan. I know there might be some conversation about clearing of the land. And then the applicant is requesting condition number 22 be removed, and I will let them speak about that in more detail after my presentation. 21. And aside from that, staff is recommending approval of the area plan amendment, rezoning, and approval subject to conditions of the development plan. And I can take any questions.
Go back one slide for me.
Yes.
Condition they want to remove, right?
Correct. Would you like me to read it?
Yeah, can you blow that up?
I'm not sure if I can make it. Oh, there we go. I will read it. It's
Yeah.
a small text. So condition number 21 from the Public Works Department states, Cookingham Drive and Congress Avenue are both very narrow roads without shoulders, and therefore commercial and industrial development is not recommended without improvements. Public Works requests that the roadways be improved to 12-foot wide lanes with 3-foot paved shoulders prior to this development being issued building permits. The limits of the improvements should be as follows: Cookingham from Skyview to Congress, and Congress from Cookingham south approximately 2,500 feet. Oh. And I believe Nick Bostonetto is still on the call if you have questions about that.
So development doesn't even go clear over to Skyview, right?
Correct. So the limits of the property, there's a couple of notches, as you can see. Those are separate property owners. And then Skyview is outside of the limits of this aerial. So there's another property to the east, and then Skyview is just over.
Okay.
Can you go back to the first area plan slide one more time?
This one?
Thanks. Thanks.
All right, get what you needed?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, any questions for city staff?
Sorry, can you go back to that condition 21? Does it give a distance that this needs? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is there like a stretch where it says that it needs to be widened?
I'll defer to Nick for details on.
To hear the applicant or? Go ahead.
No, you can go ahead. If you want to.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicholas Bostonetto, City Engineer with Public Works. Yes, the distance, I'm saying from Skyview over to Congress, and then on Congress from Cookingham down about 2,500 feet.
Cookingham, sorry, can you say that to?
So from Cookingham going down Congress about 2,500 feet. The Congress is sort of improved up to about here or so.
So the request would be for the applicant to cover stuff across the highway or across the road?
To contribute towards it. Again, I'm not saying they have to pay for the whole improvement. I'm just saying we're going to need some kind of improvements out there to handle the truck traffic.
Okay. Thank you.
Then Genevieve, this area plan was updated last year.
If there's anyone from long range planning, I'm not sure the answer to
This is
that.
2023, so I just assumed updated April 2023.
I know they're working on, that might have been the last time there was an amendment, like an area plan or a future land use amendment. I'm not sure that the whole plan was overhauled at that.
Sure.
time.
Okay.
So I believe the discussion is involving impact fees again, because the whole street that's been mentioned is not directly attributable to our actual development we're discussing. Is that correct?
Okay. Was that a question?
Well, it was a confirmation of what I thought I was understanding, and I got a yes.
Okay,
I got a
gotcha.
head
All
nod,
right.
yes.
All right. Just making sure. Okay. If there's nothing else for city staff, let's go to the applicant then. Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Vogt with RL Buford. I am the engineer developing the development plan. Also here is Sarah Cunningham with the property owner.
Okay.
We have requested that condition be removed, number 21, because we feel it is covered in condition 26 for the impact fees. The way that we have the site plan laid out right now, that would contribute about $200,000 in impact fees. Additionally, we feel that it is, Skyview is approximately half a mile from the eastern property line of this development. So we feel that is overreaching just a bit. And also, since it's covered in 26, that is our reason for asking for that to be removed. As Genevieve said, this is highly conceptual at this point. They only have intended users for Lot 1 and Lot 2. Lot 1 is intended as a training facility and a service center for Alltech, which manufactures equipment on utility trucks, like booms that go on the back of utility trucks for like power companies and such. So they will be training their employees and end users on how to repair that equipment. So it'll be a repair site. And then the Lot 2 is intended to be used as a self-storage facility. The rest of the lots were designed to match kind of the existing area, the industrial uses in the area, with the exception of Lot 3, which is intended as a retail building. So I'm happy to answer any other questions you guys have.
For Lot 2, is there like an access road that comes off of Congress to serve those buildings?
The main access will be on Congress, and there's also a proposed fire access road that will go through that lot to connect to the future public street, to give that part of the development 2 access points.
Oh, so you're saying it goes through there and then ties into between Lot 6 and 4? Is that what
The fire access road will
fire
be
access
constructed
road will
there.
connect there?
Mhm.
Will that be accessible or used by those buildings as well? 2A through 2G?
It will just be for the fire department.
Okay.
So the buildings on Lot 2 will just access off of Congress.
Okay. All right, any questions from the commission to the applicant?
Clarify what you just asked. So is this a temporary fire department road? When construction is going on?
It's not temporary. It will serve, the way the site is laid out with only portions of the lot touching Cookingham, there's not enough distance between those points to achieve 2 access points for the fire department, which is required. So in order to achieve the distance between the 2 access points, we will connect Lot 2 to the public street.
That's the fire.
Just for the fire department. So we have worked with the fire chief to satisfy all their conditions.
Saying it's not going away.
It will be permanent.
It'll be a permanent road accessed only by the fire department. So it won't be available if you and I want to go to building 2G. We got to go around to Congress.
We didn't feel that was necessary. It's a storage facility proposed on lot 2, and then lot 6 is a separate part of the development. And they both have pretty good access already. We didn't foresee a lot of internal site circulation with the whole development.
Just
Makes sense.
Just to clarify, so off of Congress, there will be a road through all those buildings that will connect to the public street, but not access for public, correct?
So lot 2 will have a driveway access onto Congress. It's not a public street. So it will
No, but
just
will it
serve.
connect to what you guys are calling out public street?
Oh, yes. So, yeah, at the eastern line of lot 2 to the western. Yeah, the public
That what she just drew.
Yes.
You can ignore
Okay.
that.
That
there
was
gonna
a
be-
condition required by the fire department.
Okay. Just for clarification, is there going to be some sort of blocking or fencing or signage?
There will be a gate that the fire department will have access to open.
Okay. Thank you.
Completely confused. I see this one curve, that is a street, correct?
Yes.
And to the left of that, top, you've got one parcel in blue. Then you have those other parcels. So how am I getting to those other parcels?
To lot 4 or which parcel?
Numbers.
Oh. Okay, so
She means 1 and 2.
1 and 2 have drive access on Congress. So you would drive down Congress and turn into the parking lot for those 2 lots. And then lot 3 will have a drive access directly on Cookingham. There will be a new public street constructed to serve lots 4 through 9.
And that street is the curved street.
That's the
correct?
curved street, yes. So that will be a public street.
I was clear on that. I was looking over here.
Yeah, so what Genevieve's showing on there, so Congress is on the very left. And in between the buildings 2A through 2G, which is those rectangles there.
Those green lines are driveway entries.
So on the very left, so that's going to be like the driveway entry to serve the buildings 2A through 2G. They're anticipated to be storage facilities.
So you're still not showing me circulation on that site to get to each?
No, you won't be able to access from the eastern side of that lot to the curved road.
And they don't know what the site will look like yet. Proposed, potential, but I don't think
Yeah.
they know until it's developed out further.
So what Genevieve's drawn is a fire department route from the curved road west to that development. That will only be accessed by the fire department.
But it doesn't go all the way over to the blue box.
Yeah,
doesn't
the blue
lead
box is
to-
served from the north, off of Cookingham.
Every lot will have a drive either on Congress, Cookingham, or off the new proposed public street.
Okay, I'm going to accept what you're saying, but I'm not seeing it clearly, but go ahead.
It's confusing because we couldn't show the parking lots for each building.
You're really trying to complicate me now.
That was gonna be.
Go ahead.
All of the lots will have access, public street frontage access, like stated from Congress, Cookingham, or the proposed public street through the middle. And because these are all most likely going to be individual industrial users, and then just that one maybe commercial directly accessible from Cookingham, there's, like Lindsay was saying, there's not really expected to be much internal circulation like you would see in a shopping center. Of course, you know, we want to get to all the different buildings in a shopping center because they're generally used by the public. For this type of development, it's going to be trucks or employees going to their one warehouse, for example, and then coming back out. They won't need to go to all the different lots, if that makes sense.
And I expanded it from employees to the citizens coming in to do stuff. So that's where my mind was.
Mm.
Okay. I'm good.
Did that answer? Okay, great.
I'm good. Thank you.
Genevieve, can you confirm, is this something that, when we're looking at a area plan amendment, what's the, how much does long-range planning weigh in when you're having discussions with them, or if you do?
Yes, they review the project the same way that all other staff reviewers, Public Works, Water, reviews the plans, and they provide us with comments, and then we do have a statement from them that is in the staff report that relates back to generally the Casey Spirit playbook and or the area plan. So in this case, the statement from the long range planner was that the rezoning was likely to achieve both KCI area plan and Casey Spirit playbook goals. The rezoning from AGR to M2-1 and B3-2 aligns with the industrial commercial context of the area, et cetera. The rest is in the report.
I read that. I just, it felt as though they didn't address the why that's better than the currently proposed mixed-use district, if we've decided like that's not the appropriate use anymore, or this is just a better use.
I would have to defer to them on that question.
Can we, who made that comment, I guess, or just can long-range planning, can it come and join us at some point in time here?
I can see if they can come and join us.
Okay, because I think we'll go through public testimony and then probably address that afterwards. That work?
That'd be great. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions right now for the applicant before we move to public testimony?
You have a time frame in mind?
At the lot 1 would be next year, and then everything else probably in a 3 to 5 year range. Maybe lot 2 would also be next year.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony then. So anybody that would like to speak regarding docket items 10-1, 2, or 3, please come forward and or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon. So come on up and just, I guess, a reminder of 2 minutes from, if you're individuals, if you're representing your neighborhood, you can get up to 5. So just put that out there.
I could pass these pictures.
Sure. Yep.
Genevieve, would you be able to put the aerial view with the trees on it still? This one? It looks like that. Hi,
Hi.
my name's Lisa Rainier. I live at
We'll have to speak into the microphone because we're virtual as well.
I live at 6901 Northwest Cookingham Drive. I want to point my house out to you. My home. And this is my property.
Yeah.
My home was built in 1915. This is my property that I live on. My family has owned this property for 63 and a half years. Mr. Mann, who is represented by Ms. Cunningham, has used his farming license, I use that loosely, to go ahead and destroy the property, the land, and farm it for this 1 year, and now he's playing the developer card with no regard for the land or the people around him. Man's proposal puts a warehouse 30 feet from my backyard. 30 feet. I'll be able to throw a rock and hit that. No one wants a warehouse in their backyard when they've lived with architectural or agricultural for the previous 63 and a half years of their life. He took all of the trees and the fence down, as you saw in the pictures. And as far as I know from speaking with MoDOT, the fence and trees along 435 belong to MoDOT. They are aware of what's happened, and they are looking into how they can deal with Mr. Mann on this project. All proposed buildings will bring more noise pollution, more light pollution, trash pollution, and loss of safety and security to my home and the others in the community in Fairview, Missouri. He has planned what we were told were 2 new entrances, so now it looks like even though it's one main entrance, I will also lose my view in the front, which will now become more highway. I hope that someone's looked at this because the people to the east of us proposed warehouses, and that was turned down just recently by the city council. We all know things change, but keeping it the way it was zoned would be the best for all of us. Changing this zoning without the care and concern for the community seems to be a violation of the KCI Area Development Plan. Mr. Mann has no regard for his neighbors. This area needs to remain agriculture for the peace and safety of the entire community. I'd really appreciate a vote no for rezoning this. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Stumpf, and I deny requests for the rezoning. I have lived on Cookingham my entire life. "43 years of my life. My mother, my father have owned a house there since 1977. My brother, myself, and we both own separate houses on either side of them. We consider this our lifelong homes. We all consider Fairview as our neighbors. We are a community, a neighborhood. I can recall as a young adult being able to walk from my house to the little quick shop or even to my girlfriend's house who lived in Fairview. And to this day, many of our neighbors still walk to and from. This is a community and a neighborhood. If you allow this rezoning, it will mean that trucks will be using the site with at least 2,300 trips entering and exiting the site each day at all hours. You know what this means. My community, my neighbors with children and pets, my cyclists will be at a greater risk to be faced with unsafe conditions. We will be subjected to increased pollution and constant noise. It is unfair to my community that it is unfair to my community and my neighbors that this developer had to be so sneaky. There was no time, no notice, no warning. The rezoning of the property does not follow the KCI Area Development Plan that was revised in 2023. I am a member of my community. My neighborhood understands that there will be change, and I am okay with that, but please let it be the right thing.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Beasley,
Enders, Crowell, Hassick, Lynch, and Ardkin. I stand before you today as a neighbor in Smithville. I oppose the rezoning of agricultural land to industrial use near residential homes in Fairview. The decision isn't about land, it's about our values, our neighbors, and the future of our community. As a village rooted in rural traditions, Fairview is a place where we should honor the commandment to love thy neighbor as thyself and live by the golden rule, treating others as we wish to be treated. Allowing industrial zoning next to homes goes against this principle. It puts families at risk of noise, pollution, heavy traffic, and declining property values, all disruptions no one would want for themselves. The issue is also about protecting American farmland, a resource that feeds our nation and sustains our economy. Once farmland is lost to industrial development, it's gone forever. Preserving this land isn't just about protecting the fields. It's about honoring the rural heritage that defines Fairview and respecting the farmers who nourish all of our communities. If you approve this zoning change, it sets a dangerous precedent, opening the door for future industrial developments to threaten our neighborhoods. But if you reject it, you send a clear message that we stand for our neighbors, our environment, and the values that make Fairview a special place to live. Let's honor our neighbors and protect their homes. Let us live by the golden rule and make decisions that reflect fairness and care for one another. Let's keep Fairview peaceful, safe, and true to its heritage for generations to come by voting no to this industrial zoning. Thank you.
Ma'am, could you provide your name, please?
Yeah.
Christine Bunch, Smithville, Missouri.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Stacy Hilton. Please forgive my attire and appearance as I found out about this Friday morning. And Sunday morning, I ended up in the hospital, had surgery yesterday, and checked out last night because this is so important to me. I live at 116 Francis Street. If you could pull the map up, I will show you. I'm within 300 foot of this. I was sick. I didn't have time to do anything professional here. I was not notified of this. I found this out online from a neighbor because even though I'm 300 foot, none of these neighbors that I will point out got notification. They got no notification. They got nothing. None of these people got any notification. None of us did. We have to oppose. We have to stop this agricultural. From what I'm understanding, or I'm sorry, heavy industrial. From my understanding, there's going to be 2,200 semis a day coming in and out of this property. If they do try to widen Cookingham, that building was the original hub for, I'm sorry, it's got a long history. My city clerk will tell you about that building also, I'm sure. But we have to oppose it, please. I've been in my home 21 years. My son has grew up there. We have lost a lot of sleep over this, and I appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
As a quick point of clarification, while it's certainly best practice to notify everyone within 300 feet, it's for those living within the bounds of Kansas City, Missouri. And so that's, I imagine, why, if you don't live in Kansas City, Missouri, why you might not have received notice. Of course, it would be best to notify everyone, regardless of which
Commissioner
state.
Enders, as state law specifies that notice should actually cross municipal boundaries.
So then, can we confirm then from the applicant if that happened?
We sent notices to people that live within Kansas City, Missouri, because that's what.
So if that's the case, then do we need to continue and allow for a proper notice
It's not
period?
that we wouldn't be opposed to notifying. That's what the planning commission, that's the requirement, is that we send notices to Kansas City, Missouri.
Well, we're getting conflicting information here. What they're saying is that it has to go over.
Well, is state statute different than,
The code says anybody within 300 feet. It doesn't limit it to Kansas City. That's in our zoning code. Now, obviously, the folks that are here have actual notice because they're here.
I got a notice.
So that's a mitigating factor.
Closer.
Actually noticed that most of the communities because she saw the very small sign located.
My mother noticed it.
Yeah, so I must have made a wrong assumption then, but I would like clarification because there's no, I mean, we need to continue the meeting if
Yeah.
there's supposed to be notice sent to people in Fairview.
Yes, notice is supposed to be sent to all property owners within 300 feet, regardless of which municipality they live in.
So.
So,
Hold on a second. Yeah.
could we get feedback from the applicant as to how long it'll require for proper notice to be sent and to have a proper public engagement meeting before CPC?
I mean, I imagine we can pull the addresses within the day. I mean, we can probably do it today or tomorrow, within this week. And then, but to follow, then we have the 10-day notice. So it would probably be a public engagement meeting in a couple of weeks, I would imagine.
So December 18th likely would be the earliest, and I imagine you want to continue to the earliest date possible.
Just talking about notice, or are we saying notice for a public engagement meeting or public, or notice
I
of
guess,
this
yeah,
hearing?
what are,
Clarification, please.
I think it's clear there needs to be a public engagement meeting prior to this meeting, because this is not the right space for it. So I think we just need to determine if people want to speak today or if we go ahead and continue to December 18th.
Yeah, I think we're still open for public testimony, so let's go ahead and hear it since everybody's here. And continue with that, and then we'll discuss more after the testimony's concluded. Yeah.
There are 2 pages.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
My name is April Baxter and I'm the city administrator for the village of Fairview. We are here to voice our deep concern regarding this rezoning proposal. We ask that the amendment to the KCI area plan be postponed until the full plan is under review. In the rezoning application, it is noted that areas east and south have future land use designation of commercial and industrial, but it does not mention the areas north and east that are so largely residential and agricultural. Fairview is a small community within 100 feet of the proposed rezoning, and we have a population of approximately 800 residents. Those residents will be detrimentally affected by this proposal, including the impacts to their quality of life, their home values, and the projected increase in semi-traffic. The 2 invoices that I presented to you today are just some of the few invoices that the city of Fairview has had to pay due to semi-truck traffic through our area. That invoice is for a fire hydrant repair located at 2nd Street and Heavy Avenue that happened in June of 2020. A semi-truck dislodged our fire hydrant from the water main. They left the scene, forcing us to have a major water emergency. Also later on that year in September, which I don't have copies of, printed in the paper is a wild ride through Fairview, where again, another semi came through our town and dislodged a different fire hydrant from our water main. This semi also tried to leave the scene of the accident, but his air hoses were damaged, so his rear brakes were locked up and he was unable to leave. That one we didn't have to pay for. Most recently, on August 29th, 2024, another semi exiting off Cookingham, one of the roads in question, removed 50 feet of our guardrail. The only thing they left behind were the tires under their semi that are still in our garage at City Hall, with no proof that we could ever say who it was, what driver it was. We are forced to pay for this repair. Repairs to this guardrail will cost us approximately $4,000 and are scheduled to take place next week. In recent years, we have sustained, again, over $10,000 in damages to our infrastructure from semi-traffic. Semi-traffic is a huge issue in our community, even though there is signage in place. We have placed signage outside of our boundaries to notify them of weight limit restrictions and that there are no through roads. When heading south on Interurban Road, you'll come to the intersection of Hetty and First Street. This is where most of our accidents happen. Just to the south of that guardrail, where this damage has occurred, there is a natural gas pipeline that runs there. I have seen semis almost hit that pipeline. I have seen semis shake our telephone poles so fiercely that I had to call Evergy to get them out on an emergency inspection to make sure that they did not need to be replaced. And this is just the things that have happened since I've been in Fairview for 6 years. We have reset our stop sign at First and Hetty Avenue at least 100 times. We have purchased over 10 stop signs and breakaway systems that we constantly put back. This again happened in our community just yesterday. I came into work, the stop sign was up, a semi went by on our cameras, went to lunch, it was down and it was ran over because they can't make the turn. We strongly believe also that the man's failed to comply with the requirements to notify the public and residents within 300 feet of the zoning proposal. Your guidelines do not specify that the notice only be sent to the residents within the same city. As one of our residents is here today, Fairview was not notified as well. The widening of Cookingham south to Skyview Avenue will encroach on one of our historic buildings. That building was an old general store and has been in our community since the early 1800s. It would encroach on that to widen the lanes to 4 lanes. We do not believe that there is any true hardship on the owner as listed in their application. The hardship is on our community and the surrounding areas. This rezoning is motivated by greed for money and to sell that land to the highest bidder. The man's personally appeared in my office after clearing out the trees last year and told me they had no intent of rezoning that land, that they were planning to farm it for several years. You can tell that that was obviously a lie. And that is not the kind of people that we want building anything across the street from us, not even houses. The industrial rezoning threatens our tiny little village. We are landlocked by Kansas City. We have to work with Kansas City, and we have no problem doing that. But it will also destroy our tiny rural community. Thank you for your time.
Hey, sure.
The building that you mentioned about being historic,
Yes.
is it actually on the historic register?
I will have to
locally or
look.
Nationally?
I will have to look at Platte County's register
Okay.
to see if it is.
Okay.
If not, we will move forward in getting it on that register.
I'm not
who's-
saying it doesn't, I just want to know what designation you had put on it.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Want to speak? Yes.
Hi, my name's Todd Lesline, and I'm a longtime resident of Platte City. Bill Mann is really unethical and dishonest.
Sir, can we just talk about the project and not,
Okay,
we don't need to hear that.
the tree line that they have posted that's alongside the highway, she did bring up, it is against the law according to MoDOT, and they had brought it up to the builder and he said he doesn't care. That it's his land, he can do what he wants with it. And it obviously affects more people in this room than just him. And that's basically the point I wanted to bring up.
Okay, thank you. Who's next? How many people want to speak so we can?
We have 3 hands raised online
Okay.
also.
My name is Willard Robertson. I've got 2 acres right beside Lisa's where this property is on 2 sides of me. And if this goes through, I could have a warehouse within 30 feet of my property. And Public Works says the road is not up to this kind of development, that the developer wants to let you go ahead with the development, even though the road is not up to it. And I don't think he should approve the rezoning. He's a farmer and he uses his farming abilities to completely clear ground, prepare it for development, farm it 1 year, and then go into development. That's a severe misjustice of what he's doing. And I don't want to see any of this go through. And I thank you.
All right, thank you. Next.
Hi, everyone. My name is Walter Shrey. I'm the property owner of 7201 Northwest Cookingham Drive. I'm not going to repeat myself, but I'm totally agree to whatever my neighbors said at 100%. So that's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here and want to speak? Okay. So you have 3 online?
Possibly 4. The 4th needs to, yes, 4 people online. The first person is John. After John will be Edward Brundage. If you'll please turn on your cameras and microphones.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm not sure if I can turn let's see, maybe I can. There we go. I can turn on my microphone and video. Apologize. I am currently at work up in Minnesota on work travel. But this was so important to me that I needed to come on and talk about this here. This rezoning is something that has tended to take place along Cookingham over the past few years. Basically, anything along Cookingham in that corridor there is zoned right now for light residential, medium residential use. And for some reason, the Planning Commission and the city has no issue placing heavy industrial sites next door to residences. This happened to me just a little bit down the road, down Cookingham. But my question is why do we even have Kansas City area development plans if all we have to do is have the highest bidder come in and put a change to it that is going to affect the community? This land is for mixed community use and agricultural use. The land to the north of it, as previously stated, is for residential use, and it goes down Cookingham in that exact same way. If this land turns goes commercial, heavy industrial, so does the rest of Cookingham. We become an industrial wasteland, all at the expense of a quick tax boost to the city. This land is mixed community for a purpose, and that is to have the Northlands develop in the way that the area development plan outlined it. There is no reason why this land right now, right here, needs to be turned into a warehouse district. Those warehouses there, has already stated by the developer, we don't know exactly what is going in there. That could be anything. It could be, just as with put near to my house or tried to, a distribution center, which would have been trucks idling 24 hours a day. The same thing could be true here now. Has the city looked into black carbon and the effects that will have on the local population, the children growing up in those areas right there? There's a lot more to think about here than just getting a quick buck for a landowner. So I would tell the committee here, please do not pass this. It is not worth it. Thank you.
Hey, John,
Yes.
what's your name and address for the record,
Yes,
please?
sure. First name John, John. Last name Jervis, GER, V as in Victor, AIS, 11308 North Madison Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64155.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Edward Brundage, and after that will be Tracy Hansen. Mr. Brundage, you can give your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Edward Brundage. I live at 6206 Northwest Cookingham. My concern is that my house, like the Stubbs, was built in the 1920s with minimal setback from Cookingham. I'm a little past 300 feet, so I wasn't notified. But the truck traffic on Cookingham very much will affect our home. It's about 60 feet from Cookingham. The noise, the pollution to the truck from the trucks would be a major concern. And that's the end of my testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Tracy Hansen, and after Tracy will be Scroggins.
Hi, good morning again, panel. I just have a couple of quick questions. Once again, my name is Tracy Hansen. I live on 15900 North Winnan Road. And Fairview is one of our cherished neighborhoods. I just wanted to know what state statute was that you mentioned for notification to the panel?
The notification requirement is in the city zoning code,
Is there a state statute as well?
not related to mailed notice.
Okay. And then this is to the applicant. Did you receive any kind of public funding for this development?
No.
Okay. And then the third question I had is, according to the PCED website and other development websites, there are over 100 vacant warehouses. Why specifically did you target this area, which was mainly designed for light manufacturing, agricultural needs in the communities with housing? Why would you choose that versus some of the industrial parks, i.e. Front Street and Tiffany Green's industrial park, the new industrial park that's over by the airport, South Parkville, Fairfax, that we all know needs a lot of renovation? Why would you choose this area?
This development it spurred off with the user Altec, who is interested in this site. They currently use the Embassy Suites right there on I-29 in Tiffany Springs for their meeting room and for their servicing, and the parking lot for their training. So this is the area that this user wanted to be in, which spurred their interest in this land because it's close by. I can't speak on the other Parkville or any of the other development areas, but this project was spurred off by the interest of that group in this area to continue to be in this area. They have people that fly in from out of town. And so that's why we started with the east side of this development, and then we'll work our way to the west side of the development.
Okay. So can I ask
West
another question? I'm allowed to ask another question?
Yeah, you got a little bit of time left.
Okay, so if they're meeting in Embassy Suites, right across the street is a vacant warehouse. Would that have been a better solution?
That's not for none of us to decide. You're asking questions that are kind of market driven.
Well, I'm asking the
By
applicant.
applicants,
I'm
they
asking
can't
the
speak on behalf of the other people. So,
Alltech needs some outdoor areas for the training purposes. I don't know what warehouse you're talking about, but this land was suitable to what they were looking for in the Kansas City area.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Okay, thank you. Anybody
Our
else, Sarah?
last speaker was Scroggins. You can unmute and turn your camera on.
Hello, I'm Marleisha Scroggins. My address is 11110 North Central Street. I am east of this area, but I use Cookingham quite a lot to go to the airport to work. And I enjoy driving through Fairview, you know, seeing the land and all that. And I think a big industrial building or buildings, it's an eyesore. It's going to take a lot of their property because they have to widen the roads to accommodate all these tractor trailers that go through, the noise, the smell. It's just the dead deer carcasses that will probably be even more plentiful on these roads. It's just unnecessary. And it's kind of taken away our small town out here that we have to put a bunch of industrial buildings. Like the previous woman said, there's so many other places. Why in like a neighborhood area that's really nice to drive through and see the small houses that aren't all, you know, updated, you know, with they're just old architecture. And it's just really nice to see that without having to see 18 wheelers and warehouses. And it will just be a huge eyesore. And I hope that you all do vote no for this, because it's just horrible that they're trying to put all this stuff out here in this area that's like a little small country town. It's just unneeded. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have two additional hands raised online.
Okay.
The first of those is Bada, and then second will be Nathan Willett. So, Bada, you can unmute yourself and provide your testimony, and please introduce yourself with your full name. You're still on mute. We'll go to Councilmember Willett and then come back
Okay.
to you.
How's it going? Nathan Willett, 8601 Northwest Old Stagecoach Road, Kansas City, Missouri. Couple of things. Number one, people not being notified whether they're Kansas City or not within 300 feet. That's not a good look on our city, and that's not good stakeholder practice. And then number two, we have a KCI area plan that's coming up for talking about amending it or talking about what we wanted to updating it. It hasn't been updated for quite a long time. Whenever you Cookingham, we haven't determined what we want that road to officially be. And I think doing a bunch of one-offs on it without a strategic plan of what we want that area and corridor to look like, we shouldn't be going forward with any rezoning at this time. So I am on behalf of Kansas City. I think it's ridiculous that we did not notify within 300 feet for this. And then number two, we got to think about the long-term plan, not just looking in at what this one development looks like. We have a long-term plan for this area that we've talked about with the planning department, and hopefully we don't put anything forward without having what we want the whole area to look like. Obviously plans do change, but also we've actually seen some areas that was originally supposed to be for industrial rezone to neighborhoods. And so we got to ask ourselves, how can we update the plans to make sure that those neighborhoods are not affected by truck traffic? So truck traffic concerns are very important, especially as the Northland grows. We got to make sure that the corridors that are designed for truck traffic, we keep all the truck traffic on there. But number one, I hope we don't go forward with anything today, especially without proper notification.
Okay, thank you.
Then we'll go back to Bada. You're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Boda and I live in North Creek Village, 7735 Northwest 123rd Court. I just moved in a few months ago for the area. It's nice and quiet. Also, I work at a school and I think widening the road over there is not safe, especially on Cookingham because the houses are so close. Just in the few months I've lived there, I've already seen several wrecks on Cookingham, and that was just with cars. One was even wrecked into a house. I think with a lot more semi-traffic being involved, and this is in good weather in the fall and the summer, you're asking for a lot more wrecks and incidents and bad injuries, if not death. We're not even in winter time yet. And if you widen the road, those houses are already right on top of Cookingham. And if you widen it more, it's just a catastrophe waiting to happen. I don't think overall it's going to be safe. I think there's going to be too much traffic. I work in a school. I worry about the Platte County school buses. They will have drop-offs on Cookingham, and being in regard with the semis and the wrecks that previous neighbors have already mentioned and the damage that they have done. Potentially it's another incident waiting to happen, and this time it's involving young kids on school buses trying to go to school and come home safely. And we're not even in wintertime yet. So I just ask you to think about the actual big picture in all this and all the people that it's going to affect and everybody's safety that's going to be jeopardized with the increased traffic flow, the semis, the incidents that have already occurred. It's just going to be more mounting if you continue on with this project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
There are no other hands raised online.
Okay, I think there's one more person in here that wanted to speak.
I'm Mary Jo Stump. I live up the street, 6100 Northwest Cookingham Drive. My house was built in 1890, and we have moved the house back. That's how much we love that house, because it was too close to the road. I have raised 2 kids there. My neighbor used to live in our house, and she had her son in our living room. And so there's a lot of history there. But I don't want heavy construction zoning. I think it would be a disadvantage for us. And I just love our little town, and we want to keep it. We want development, but we don't want that kind of development. Thank you.
Anybody else?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to close public testimony, and I think we've obviously heard a lot of information here, and sounds like we need to have another public meeting where we actually meet with folks in Fairview and talk about the project and what's going on and that kind of thing. So I think won't be able to do it the next meeting. We only have one meeting in December planned. Is that right?
No, you have 2 meetings.
Okay, so second meeting in December is what we're looking at. That's right before.
That would be December 18th.
Okay. Any other thoughts? So there's a couple things I think need to be thought about here, not only at the public meeting and that, but I also like a meeting with the Public Works Department on working on improvements to Cookingham as well as Congress, and how some of that can be done. I mean, it's typical in developments, should they go forward, that there's at least a half street improvement along the frontage of the property. This one I think is a little bit different. And so there needs to be some discussion there.
Yeah, if we were voting on this today, I would not support the project. I think there's a pretty high burden of proof that the applicant needs to make about why mixed use district doesn't make sense, or we need to hear from the staff as to why mixed use doesn't make sense anymore, or why this is preferred. I do think that there's an opportunity for a change to the long-term plan and to the area plan. And maybe there's a more sophisticated plan that creates a buffer zone of lower zoning use that's to the north, and then the south along the highway has a different use. But I think we need to see something a lot more planned out for me, or I would need to see something a lot more planned out, but I would not be able to support this, even if there was enough public testimony and this came back as it is, I would not be able to support this. I just think it's not thoughtful enough about how it's laid out in regard to the surrounding area.
Mr. Chair, would you like to hear from the district planner about that, or do you want to hold that for the continued meeting?
I think it'd be worth hearing now just to understand that, and that way, when they have their public meeting and talk more about the project, they can also come back and meet in person. But I think it'd be worth everybody's here. Let's go ahead and hear now.
Hi, good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Lexi Barrow with Long Range Planning. I'm the first district planner. So the idea going into this is obviously the future land use for this part of land is currently mixed use community, with the future land use south into the west of it, I believe, being commercial industrial. We thought it wasn't a large leap to make an area plan amendment to commercial/industrial. However, based on the conversations and the public testimony today, I think we are amenable to doing something that similar to what Commissioner Enders just said, which is maybe having a future land use designation of mixed use neighborhood on the northern half and then something a little bit more intense on the southern.
Is it possible when they have their public meeting that you can be available?
Yes, 100%.
So I think that would be a great place that they obviously have a lot of questions. And so I think it'd be a more intimate setting where you can have one-on-one conversations with them than here, if that works.
Sure.
That makes sense? Okay.
Thank you.
So with that, I think it's all, I mean, it's been decided we're going to continue for a little bit more study in that. So I need a motion for that. And then be sure to state in your motion what's expected, why it's being continued.
December 18th.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Chair Crowell, I move to continue docket items 10.1, 10.2, and 10.3 to December 18th to allow the applicant time to hold a public engagement meeting with community members, including those in all jurisdictions within 300 feet and otherwise who would like to attend, and to see a plan that is more contextual to the parcel's proximity to residential.
As well as a little bit of time to meet with the Public Works Department and the Long Range Planning.
Great, yes.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of continuing docket item numbers 10, 1, 2, and 3 to December 18th with the intent of more discussion with the public, as well as taking another look at the site plan and having a discussion with Public Works and Long Range Planning.
Harkin.
Aye.
Beasley.
Aye.
Crowell.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much and appreciate everybody's support here. All right, with that, we're taking a 30-minute break, so it's a little bit after 1. Let's come back at 1:30 to close out our meeting. Ready when you guys are. Okay. All right, welcome back to the City Planning Commission meeting. Let's move on to docket item number 11, please.
Number 11 is case CD CPC 2019-172, a request to approve a time extension of the development schedule to the approved Brighton Village Master Planned Development Plan pursuant to section 88-520-03-H of the Zoning and Development Code.
Right, good afternoon, Larissa Chomby, City Planning and Development. This should be a fairly quick presentation, but I'll share my screen and get started. All right, as was just mentioned, this is an extension to a previously approved MPD. The first slide will show the location of the formerly approved MPD. This is the exact location, and then the approved plan was from 2015, and it was rezoned to MPD to allow for commercial and multifamily uses. This is the view of the property as of, I believe, 2021 from our parcel viewer. It hasn't been developed yet, and in 2019, the applicant asked for its first extension, which is expiring in 2025. So this new extension is for changing the development schedule for the MPD. It's to change the commencement date from 2020 to 2024 and the completion date from 2025 to 2029. And
That was, oh, sorry. Go ahead, keep going.
and we are recommending approval without conditions for the extension.
Okay.
And I can say that again.
No, what was the,
And actually, I'll repeat that because
Yep.
I read the wrong part.
Sure.
So requesting the change to the amendment date from 2025 to 2029 and completion date 2028 to 2032. Sorry.
Okay. Any other questions for city staff?
yeah, was this the first extension?
Second,
Second.
second,
So the first one was from
2019.
2019 to 2025 or something like that? And then one from 2025 to, and then it shifted another 4 years.
Correct.
And then now it's shifting
It's-
another 3 years,
Correct.
essentially.
3 or 4 years.
Yeah, 3 or 4. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for city staff? All right, let's welcome the applicant then. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fretz Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue. Here today on behalf of Curry Real Estate Company, which is the owner of the property. Larissa has summarized the extension requests. We believe that the plan still remains relevant today, and that's why we're asking for this. There were a number of improvements that took place that we needed to take place really before they can actively find a market for the plan. That included substantial improvements to Pleasant Valley Road and Brighton. And those have now been completed. So hopefully we will be able to market the plan and find the users for that site.
At the previous extension, was that indicated that those two things needed to be done in order to market it properly and get some sort of
Those were
movement?
things that were cited as reasons for the extension because at that time the city was actively working on the project.
And when did those street improvements get
Can't
done?
tell you when exactly they were done.
You can see them on the PowerPoint. They did put those sidewalks in, but I can't give you the exact date.
Matt Pepper is on. Matt, are you on? Did he?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when those streets were improved? When it was completed?
It's been recent. I don't have the exact year.
I mean, Commissioner Arkin, I think the most relevant thing is this plan still relevant in this area today? And we certainly believe it is because Brighton and Pleasant Valley Road are two major roads. So it is appropriate to have both a mixed-use community, the apartments, and the commercial at this location. Because the next commercial location is down at Vivian Road. And I don't know how far north you have to go on Brighton to get to commercial.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I just, when I see renewal, for a
Mhm.
second renewal, I would like development teams to be not more honest, but more honest about their timelines about things, because when it comes in front of us, it puts a red flag for me to be like, well, why wasn't this marketed, or why wasn't some other level stepped up? I'm not saying, I think you're correct that it is a good spot for it. I just wish it would have been set at a different timeline saying, hey, we're going to finish it this time because of that.
In a strange way, I feel like the opposite of this is someone who sits on property and doesn't put the effort into coming up with a development plan. So I actually would rather see a property owner put together a plan and then have something that they're trying to go to market with. And then realizing, now's not the right time, I have to delay, as opposed to someone who's just sitting on the property, doesn't invest in a development plan, doesn't invest in a team, doesn't try to, further the project. So in some ways, I kind of want to.
I mean, I'm saying essentially saying the same thing. If I saw a plan, it'd be great, but I'm just saying, like, if realistically they would have known that it would have taken longer to get where they're wanting to get to back in 20.
Guessing they didn't because it's not cheap to put it all together. So you spend a lot of money to try to
Yeah.
put something together. So you probably wanted to develop it and you were a little optimistic.
Gotcha.
Right. I think sometimes you are more optimistic than the market bears, and you can see what the market is doing. Plus, as you all know, interest rates have
Yeah.
fluctuated in this time period, so that also impacts the ability to find a user.
Sure.
Yeah, costs go up.
Okay. That was all my questions.
Yep. You gotta make sure you speak in the mic, please.
Yeah, let me move it.
All right, any other questions for the applicant? All right, let's open it up for any public testimony. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 11, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, so we'll close public testimony then. Anything else to add, Ms. Jensen?
No, thank you.
Okay. So speak amongst the commission, or I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Carl, I move to approve docket item number 11 without conditions.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 11. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Harkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
If I could pass the 6-0 then. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Commissioner Enders doesn't have to do all of the motions, so you guys
He
can-
does. That's his role. That's
You
what
guys
we
can-
pay him the big bucks for that.
you guys can hit a single as well,
Okay.
Okay.
fill in for him when I can.
All right.
It's all
Move
about
on.
efficiency.
Docket item 12, please.
Number 12 is case CD SUP 2024-41, a request to approve a special use permit to allow one temporary modular building in District M1-5/US on about 8.7 acres generally located at 7700 Northeast 38th Street.
The applicant available?
Who am I looking for?
Austin?
Jason
Mm,
Stucker.
yeah, wait, I don't see that name.
Jason or Young?
There's a few people. We can also take another case. I've got the next couple.
So the applicant's not available yet that we see?
Any
I don't see the applicant online.
anyone from
No one has their hand raised.
HD Architecture?
Okay. Let's move to number 13.
Number 13 is Okay, CD CPC 2024-149, a request to approve a major amendment to a master planned development to allow for a drive-through restaurant in District MPD on about 7.2 acres generally located at 9806 North Oak Traffic Way.
The applicant available for this one.
We do have a hand raised. Dan Finn. I'm promoting Dan to panelist and Warman Architecture.
Okay. Good afternoon now, commissioners. Docket item 13 is a major amendment to previously approved MPD or master plan development, and the specific subject site is 9806 North Oak Traffic Way. The subject site is generally located in the northern portion of the city, just north of Highway 152 and east of Highway 169. This is the subject site highlighted in yellow on North Oak Traffic Way.
How come it's sure?
So just to give you a little bit of background on the MPD that was previously approved back in 2022. So some of you may remember this one. There were 5 pad sites. The lot 1 was planned for Culver's, which is now constructed. Lot 2 for a drive-through tunnel car wash. Lot 3 for a multi-tenant commercial building with the potential for a drive-through tenant. Lot 4 for a quick oil change, drive-through facility, basically. And then lot 5 was originally planned for the Popeyes drive-through eating and drinking establishment. So just zooming in, this is the old plan. Lot 4 was the oil change. Lot 5 was a drive-through eating and drinking. So the amendment is to change the use of lot 4 to a drive-through eating and drinking establishment. So here is the proposed plan. As you can see, lot 4 is the only thing that's planned to be changed. And so now we have 3 drive-through restaurants planned and or already constructed. And then the car wash up in the air on that one. And then multi-tenant building is still proposed, but is still speculative. So this is the site plan for lot 4. This will now be the site of the Popeyes. You can see 2 drive-through lanes adjacent to North Oak Traffic Way and separated from the road by what will be the stormwater detention area. This is the landscape plan, landscaping along the drive-through lane and street trees along North Oak Traffic Way. Apologies. There was one piece of public testimony received after the staff report was prepared, generally speaking about concerns related to spillover impacts, so noise, vehicle emissions, lighting, trash blowing over across the street from North Oak Traffic Way. So the neighbors that I spoke to did have concerns about all of these things generally. So there are some additional conditions in the report for enhanced landscaping along the drive-through lane. Excuse me. Then we have the proposed elevations, the front elevation facing North Oak. The signage was not reviewed with these plans, but that was another one of the neighborhood concerns, was lighting from Not necessarily the parking lot lights, but spillover lighting from the building and illuminated signage. These are the north and south elevations. And then a couple of street views of the site. These are a little bit older, but the Culvers is down on the left end of this image. And then these are the apartments that were originally included in the whole MPD, and then certain sections were amended to focus in on the commercial aspects. Another street view image. One of the comments that the neighbors made to me was, this is the Windsor Hills neighborhood. They have a wall already, and so that offers screening in itself from these commercial uses across the street. The neighbors that I spoke to up the way do not have any screening from these uses. This is the approximate site of that Popeyes. This is where it was previously approved. And then way down here is where the Culvers was built, and there's the existing Quick Trip. And that was all part of this MPD, approved over quite a number of years, 2015 and maybe even prior, actually.
Genevieve, is that an actual street I'm looking at?
So
On red area between those?
yeah, so between this is the access drive, which is a private drive. So just going back to this plan, this is a private tract, and then all of the lots are served from a private drive to the west of the building, so there aren't any curb cuts off of North Oak Traffic Way.
Okay.
And that is the last of the slides. Staff is recommending approval with conditions, and I can take any questions.
Okay, any questions from the commission to city staff?
I think my question would be for applicant.
Okay, let's welcome the applicant then.
Good afternoon. I'm Dan Finn, civil engineer with Phelps Engineering, 1270 North Winchester, Olathe, Kansas. With me as well is Kathy Warman with Warman Architects. Nothing really further to add to the discussion at this time. Here to answer any questions. We appreciate working with staff on this project. We are in agreement with the conditions listed in the staff report, and we're available for questions.
Okay, any questions for the applicant?
My main question is, why did you change pad sites?
The developer really just with the Popeyes model these days, the pad site on the north side that they previously looked at was just too large. Extra space that was just unnecessary for their current model and the current size of the building and parking necessary. So with discussions with the seller over the past few years, they kind of came to an agreement that the pad site on the south side of that private drive was more appropriate for Popeyes.
They have an intended user for the lot 5 now?
Not that I am aware of. Yeah, both lot 3 to the south of the planned Popeyes and lot 5 to the north are still approved on the MPD, but I have not heard if there's any intended users at this time, and I don't believe there's any applications for those lots in the city.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions for the applicant? Excuse me. All right, seeing none, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item 13, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon. Come on up to the podium there.
Good afternoon. My name is Joyce Allen. I live at 404 Northeast 97th Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri, 64155. I am a resident in the Windsor Hills neighborhood. My house is 3 houses in from North Oak. So when I walk out my front door, I will see this development. When I walk out my back door, I will see this development. Just to give you a little background, we've been kind of battling this 30-acre master development that Quick Trip initiated since 2015 and have really lost out on every front. Quick Trip has won on every front and has been controlling this master plan since they bought all 30 acres to establish their business on 96th and North Oak. Past CPC approvals and city council approvals have promoted Quick Trip's mission of immediate gratification and convenience environment, not one of health welfare for the homeowners on the east that share the North Oak Street. Focus is on satisfying the leasing apartment dweller, not Kansas City residents that call this address permanent address home. This final phase was addressed March 1st, 2022 at the CPC hearing. The vote was 3 noes to 2 yeses. Commissioner Enders said, "I don't like it, but it is typical Northland development," so he voted yes. That made it a 3-3 tie, and it was sent to the city council with no recommendation and was approved. So fast forward 2 years later, we're left with the impact of these approvals with Quick Trip, vast number of apartment units and Culvers. We are left with bright building illuminations from Quick Trip and Culvers. Traffic has multiplied. Road noise is inescapable. You hear it in your house. Street racing is prevalent at all hours of the night. Emissions from idling cars is huge and will only increase with development of this proposed drive-through plus the rest of this development. Litter has greatly increased. There's an increased danger of pedestrians and resident drivers entering and exiting North Oak, plus cooking odors in the air that we breathe from these fast food restaurants. This should not be considered typical Northland or North Oak development due to the prominence of our established residences. The addition of Popeyes will be the second fast food restaurant in this double drive-through in this very small area directly facing my neighborhood and others along North Oak. All of these concerns will be multiplied as this is developed out, and our property values are in danger. I've lived in my house for 33 years. I invest in my home inside and out, and we longtime residents have to live with these consequences. This development has 4 lots remaining. 3 of the 4 have drive-through capabilities, and according to the Popeyes architect, the drive-through model is for double drive-throughs since the COVID pandemic.
Finish that.
Previous cases today mentioned trip generation. Quick Trip's generation is probably equal to or greater than the mentioned cases in the previous case. And when you factor in multiple fast food restaurants with double drive-throughs, the impact will be great. Residents are fed pacifying terms like good neighbor, walkability, pedestrian-friendly, enhanced landscaping, buffering, screening, but none of this is panned out from my point of view, from my neighborhood, when I look at Quick Trip development and when I look at Culver's. It does not mask anything. Emissions are, huge in my mind. So please hear our concerns about increased traffic, automobile emissions from all of these proposed double drive-throughs, safety, noise, and air pollution, food smells, and building illuminations. Please protect our property values. Please vote no on this amendment.
Thank you. Anybody else?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. From the applicant standpoint, is any thought or comments to what we heard in public testimony?
Just to follow up, we have been working with staff pretty in depth on this application to ensure that the drive-through is screened fully per the city code. That's going to include the full line of shrubs around the entire perimeter of the drive-through. That must be 36 inches at the end of the first planting season. So we'll have a good buffer for that drive-through. We also have the detention basin that's buffering us from North Oak that's setting the development a little further back. Lighting, also everything's meeting the city code. We're not asking for any deviations when it comes to spillage requirements, landscaping requirements. So we do feel like we're doing the best we can to make sure this is a good product for the community and meeting all the city standards.
And I would add very briefly in response to the concerns of the neighbor that the double drive-through serves a couple of purposes. Certainly, it serves the purpose of moving traffic through the site at a quicker rate, which benefits Popeyes, certainly. But it also benefits their customers who are not sitting waiting longer to go through the drive-through with their car idling. So in essence, the double drive-through is there to move people on and off the site at a quicker rate. So again, so that it's not, people aren't lined up just sitting there for inordinate amounts of time. So hopefully that piece is a little bit of a positive as it relates to idling cars.
Okay.
I'll add some context to my quote for the new commissioners. This project, when it came before us, it's future land use designates it as mixed use. And the debate that was being discussed was whether mixed use has to have residential stacked on top of commercial, which is what the definition somewhat implies throughout Kansas City's, I don't know, I don't want to say codes, but through our documents, it implies that mixed use requires residential be stacked on top of commercial. And we determined at that time that the applicant, who had no interest in stacking residential on top of mixed use, was going to do both commercial, or on top of commercial, was going to do commercial and residential within their development site. And that's why you see the residential setback from North Oak Traffic Way, which we determined at the time to be a commercial corridor. So I'll stand by it and would say that the city has determined that this is a commercial corridor, and I don't see any reason why we would change one of the 5 sites that's being proposed.
Okay. Anything else? Yes. Beasley?
I think briefly we addressed the lighting issue. Can they address that a little bit more for me for this proposal?
Can't hear you.
Can we address a little bit the lighting? The citizen resident brought up the issue of how the lights are not necessarily those of the parking lot, but the lights on the actual buildings. Have we addressed that aspect of this plan at all?
Dan, I can answer that. The city requires, and Popeyes has certainly complied. We have provided to the city a site photometric plan, which includes all of the lights, lights on the building, lights in the parking lot, and the city has very specific ordinances that prohibit overspill from the edge of the property above, I believe it's 1 foot candle or 0 foot candles at the property line. So it's not that you can't see a light from far away or see an internally illuminated sign on a building from a distance with your eye, but it's not, the light is not spilling beyond the edge of the property. And to the best of my knowledge, that site lighting photometric was reviewed by staff and found to be compliant with city ordinances, and shouldn't, I mean, the lights on our building or in our parking lot shouldn't spill over to the commercial lot next door any more than they would spill over to the residential to the west, or beyond the street lighting and everything that's in North Oak to the residents to the east.
Well, that brings up a different question for me. Since this was previously on another parcel and it went through the community engagement, since they moved it to a different parcel, were they required to do community engagement again?
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm taking it those same complaints we heard today, you heard in that setting?
That's what, this was the letter, right, from that one? Or is this the old case?
No, I think this is just from the resident talking about it. I don't think it's the meeting.
That's correct. Dan or Kathy, I'm not sure if you want to talk about your public engagement meeting.
Yeah, the concerns that were kind of voiced by the resident. She was the one attendee of that meeting and had similar concerns when we had our meeting. It was held, I believe, about a little over a week ago.
Where was it held?
It was virtual.
Okay. I was hoping you was gonna say close to the location so you could physically go and see what she was talking about. Has anyone been out at night to see what her concern is?
Well, right now there's nothing on the site, so there really wouldn't be anything to see.
Well, you have the other buildings that are there that are part of her concern as well.
Correct, but all we can do is design our building based on our site location to the city code, which is what we're trying to do. The Popeyes design, the lighting used, the full cutoff fixtures, they're all designed these days to meet code to avoid spillover onto the neighbors per the code. And so that's kind of the plan that was provided to staff and reviewed and found to be in compliance is set up to minimize any spillage off the property.
So shall I assume that that's the same scenario that was used with the existing structures that are there now that are having an issue with the neighbors with the lighting?
We'd have to defer to staff for that. We did not work on those projects.
I think, but you're not getting what my point is.
I mean, again, I can't assume there wasn't a deviation or a variance for lighting on another project. So I really can't answer
I'm
that.
asking what you can do on your project when she's brought up the effects of other projects that are right there. That's all I'm asking.
I mean, again, that's kind of where some of these additional screening requirements the staff has stipulated as part of the conditions that we are going to comply with come into play. Meeting the lighting ordinance, that's part of what this application is on. And that's what we're providing. I mean, there's street lights along North Oak. There's a lot of lighting out there today. The best we can do is minimize it to the best of our ability on our property.
Oh, am I hearing, Genevieve, help me out here. There's a standard that can be a maximum brightness. They can go lower than that maximum.
Yes.
And that's what I think I'm asking him to look at.
There's a max and a
Oh,
minimum.
And a minimum.
Well, so as stated, there's a spillover cutoff, so into the public right of way. The lighting on a subject property, not including any street lighting, cannot exceed 1 foot candle at the property. In addition to that, and I'm not a lighting engineer or expert by any means, but there are additional conditions with this plan that state spillover light from signage on any lot within the MPD. So now as we're amending this and we're moving forward, thinking about the future of the rest of these lots as they're built out, may not exceed 2 lux. That is in the code, but it's not something that we talk about much because we're usually more concerned with the brighter, parking lot lights, building lights. So that is a condition of this. In addition to
Number 11 as well.
number 11, all lighting shall not exceed the recommended levels of the Illuminating Engineering Society on all lots in the MPD. And that organization has recommendations for things like interior lighting. So like we're talking about, the commercial uses, they're open 9-10 p.m. And that is also contributing. So they're just some additional safeguards.
Quick question, because if this does pass or after us, would the other buildings have to, or are they grandfathered in?
Any building that would come in for an MPD final plan would be reviewed against this ordinance. So like the Culvers is already built, that would
They wouldn't be, they wouldn't be in violation even though they are inside of the MPD.
Since they were permitted under the previous MPD, they would not technically be in violation.
If they renovated or did something like that, would they have to meet this standard?
Only if they, not like an interior renovation, only if they like expanded onto the building so much so that we would have to amend the plan in some type of way.
Okay.
But that's what my point is. So there are some options, and I'm asking that they work with the citizen on still staying within the guidelines that the code has.
And it
that
looks,
make it less intrusive.
and it looks like between 10 and 11, the conditions 10 and 11, which were not indicated on the previous one,
Correct.
you're adding additional restrictions on that light. So I think it's being addressed and met, from my understanding.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other thoughts or questions? See, we've already closed public testimony, right? Okay. With that, if there's no further discussion, amongst the commissioners, I'll take a motion.
Chair Crowley, I move to approve docket item 13 with conditions.
Second.
So I got a motion and a second for approval of docket item 13 with conditions stated.
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Prow,
No?
Enders.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes 5-1.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. Are the applicants here for docket item 12?
I don't see anyone new.
Okay, let's move on to number 14 then.
Number 14 is case CD CPC 2024-140, a request to approve amendments to Chapter 88, the Zoning and Development Code, through revisions, clarifications, and other administrative changes throughout the chapter in accordance with the Zoning and Development Code periodic review.
We're gonna pass this one first, and then we'll take that.
Thank you. One sheet? Yeah, I think so. Kind of keeps no stack here if you want to.
Been passing the extras back down the
Okay.
markers. On the back?
Oh, wait. I screwed this up. I know. I screwed it all up.
You screwed it up.
I screwed it.
One packet is the 3 sheets of public
Just
engagement.
take the top.
Yeah.
Got it. Sorry. Don't hit me.
Okay.
I don't follow instructions well.
It's all right.
And if you're ready, I can go ahead and get started.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so again, for the record, Larissa Chambi, City Planning and Development. Let me share my screen. All right, this is case number CD CPC 2024-140. A bit of background. Oh, it's not sharing. 1 second. All right. This is a periodic review of Chapter 88 for the major amendment criteria. It might seem familiar. Back in 2023, the CPC did go over a periodic review that had a batch of 4 periodic reviews. This moved forward to City Council. 2 of the 4 were approved on March 7th of 2024. Those were the Westport overlay documentation and the communication service establishments. The home occupations and the major amendment criteria were taken out of that ordinance, so to give staff some additional time to work with neighborhoods and to do some additional research on the proposed criteria. So you are now seeing the major amendment criteria again. Just a reminder, the minor amendments that we go through are able to be approved by staff, they're administrative, and then major amendments are requiring the applicants to do a full submittal, public engagement, a recommendation by this body, and then approval by City Council. This is the current major amendment criteria. And then this is the proposed major amendment. And I gave you a handout just because it is fairly difficult to fit it all into one screen that's legible. We have taken away the square footage for the total floor area in letter B, and for letter C, taken away the height limit in feet, and then changed it to 15 feet in all zoning districts except M, whichever is less, and that's for the 10% or the 15 feet. And then we've added a new section, which is letter D, which is the building height, and that's in an M district within 500 feet of a residential district. And then we're moving on to letter E, which is impervious surface. And we did add some safeguards for residential districts close to M districts. And that's where we put that safeguard of 10,000 square feet. If they do anything more than that, then they do require the major amendment review, and or if it's 10%, whichever is less. Letter F is also new, and that is the increase of impervious surface coverage by more than 10% in an M zoning district for properties not within 500 feet of a residential district. Since it is not close to a residential district, that 10,000 square foot safeguard is not applicable in this section. And then finally, the second or the last new addition is G, which is the increase in total impervious surface by more than 10% in all other zoning districts. And then the others that you see below have not changed. And so I do have examples. So for height, we did choose, I believe, 3 main projects that were looked at when we did our research. So this project is down in the River Market. The gray that you see with the squares, that is what was approved with the development plan. So that is 147 feet tall. The pink that's above it shows the 1-story addition, which would be approximately 11 feet. And with this new amendment, they would be allowed to go up 3 more feet for a total of 14.75 feet. And this just gives you a look at how much that change would affect either the view or the surrounding properties. And then this is just a different look to get a different angle at the proposal. Here's another development that was approved. This is the gray is what was approved at 78 feet. The pink shows what was allowed, which is that would be allowed, which is the 7.8 foot, and that is 10%. And then this line right here, this black one, I apologize if that's not clear, but that is just an additional 6 foot increase. And just another angle of this development. This is another development that was also approved. So this gray that you see was the initial proposal. This pink between the 2 black lines, that was an approved major amendment. And then this above this black line is what would be approved with the new development. So that is the 10% height increase. Then we're moving on to the impervious surface increase. This case was also approved. It was a major amendment. I think it came out to about 18 parking spots total for a 20-acre site. Again, this was immediately surrounded on all 4 sides by our districts, so they would have to meet that 10,000 square foot requirement for an impervious surface with the new code. And this was all they were able to do, or what they were proposing to do, and this required the major amendment. Another section of impervious surface or building coverage. This pink, the full extent, shows what the what was applied for, and then that halfway mark with the darker shade of pink is that 10%. So here we're seeing that if it's a smaller project, really we still have safeguards that would require public engagement for the community as well. And then, of course, these, you don't just have to meet one, sometimes you can meet multiple criteria. So this was an example, I think it was just recently completed. They had an original building height of 12 feet, and they wanted to add a second story. With the old code, the 12 feet would only allow for a 1.2 foot increase in their building height. They wanted to add 9 feet, so that added the major amendment requirement. Additionally, they're connecting their two buildings with their second story, so that also triggered the square footage increase. So sometimes if they come in for one aspect of the development, it normally ends up triggering other portions of the criteria. And with that, staff does recommend approval. We held a public engagement meeting with the Parks and Recreation Department and with the Historic Preservation Division. We all have public or text amendments and periodic reviews going forward. So we joined for one meeting, and we had, I believe, 10 to 12 people attend. And that sign-in sheet is located in the staff packet. And we did have some comments that are also attached, and they're on note cards. So let me know if you need help going through those comments as well. And then the 3 public testimony sheets that I handed out weren't able to be attached before Compass Casey went down for their update. So it has been printed out. And I can answer any questions.
My major question is this height change. Tyler brought it up a couple meetings back, the Plaza Bowl issue. How's that affect that?
So the 15-foot allows for the building code to match the new amendment height, which would allow them for one more story. We've added a couple more feet to give them some flexibility. The 15-foot is also what we see most in areas of the city that have the sky rises, those taller buildings. And so typically what we'll see is they either meet the 15-foot or they have less than that. And if they are in the plausible overlay, they'll have to ask for deviations.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify that these amendments are just for what's considered a major amendment versus a minor amendment and does not impact what's permitted in terms of maximum height.
Say that again.
These amendments are just about what's considered a major amendment versus a minor amendment. And so thus, how we're processing an application, it doesn't impact the maximum height that's permitted at a particular spot in the city.
So are you saying if a building were limited to, say, 60 feet, that doesn't give them an extra 15 feet? It just means they get their 60 feet and that's it, if that's what's approved. But if it's more than 15 feet difference, they have to come back, or they have to come back even if it's over 60 feet?
And so the major amendment criteria would require them to go back to council, and council grants those deviations to building height. But they do have to request that deviation. So that's when it would come through.
So if it's between the 60 feet and 75 feet in our example, what happens?
Okay, so if it's a 60-foot tall building, they're allowed to increase by 6 feet. They can't go up to 15
They can
feet.
only go 10%.
Right,
through-
10%.
Through the new one. But
They
if-
can add a story.
But this is being, wouldn't this is being less restrictive in the sense that they wouldn't need to come to us for an extra 3 feet in some instance, depending on what the percentage is. So it's basically, it's less restrictive.
And so that is not a great example just because 6 feet was the previous limitation. And
Yeah.
so
Sorry.
that's okay.
Yeah. So like if
So if
so
it's
like
a
150.
100-foot tall building,
Yeah.
if they wanted to come in to add an extra 10 feet, they can do that now because it's 10%. They can't go up to 15 feet because the 10% is less than the 15 feet.
Yeah, before it would have triggered, they couldn't go up 10 feet because it had or 6 foot, whichever is less, right? So them striking that, we're adding essentially the ability to go up 9 more feet for some,
So the intent is to give the developer more flexibility in what they build and when things change, correct?
Correct.
without coming to us, yeah.
Mhm.
Or council, sorry.
Thinking back on some past projects that had to come before us because of the height.
That is one of the projects that or I guess, major amendments that we do see the most, just because by the time the full engineering drawings are done, they realize they need to go up or just change their plans a little bit to adjust for the lot for the finalized drawings. And so that is typically one that we see.
So in theory, this would reduce the number of cases coming through on our docket, correct?
Correct.
Do we know how many?
No, I can't say.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say another thing. This is just putting that line in the sand as to what becomes a major, what's a minor. The minor still, if the director is finding that there's issues, he can still, or she can say, look, take it through the planning commission
It
and
just doesn't automatically trigger.
automatically trigger.
And so that's letter J in this new amendment is the result in any other change that the city planning and development director determines will have impacts that warrant a full review of the application in accordance with the development plan review. And so that would be one where
Can I ask what drove the 15 feet?
the building code height is about approximately 10 feet once you start adding those beams and the ducts in. And so we were starting with 10 feet. And then when we got to all of the buildings that we are seeing in the downtown districts, the 15-foot would allow for more flexibility. If not, we're just creating 10%. And then you will continue to see all the major amendments for those taller buildings.
I'm very supportive of this. I realize it's hard to come up with ways to address all the potential things that come forward. I'd like to see it be even more robust or flexible or stronger. Yeah, it's hard to answer how many we've seen, but I can remember a few where it was like a church and they were adding 2,000 square feet or 2,200 square feet. And so it's a massive building, but then they have to go through this whole process when we should trust the hired staff who are professionals to approve something and go through a minor amendment. But instead we go through this massive process, which takes a lot of resources, costs a lot of money, a lot of time. And so again, I wish this could go further. I think this is a great step. But I think that I have a high degree of confidence in our staff. I think we should have a high degree of confidence in our staff, and we should allow more projects to go through a staff process and not have appointed people or elected officials weigh in.
So, question just for my clarification, that case that we saw, can't remember how many, but it was down in the bowl area, that would not have come to us then because they're added.
They were adding 8 feet.
Unless there was, well, they were contested. So ideally that would still have come to us because
I don't think we've seen a project in my recollection that wasn't a complete project where we would have seen it regardless. This is simply if in the bowl, let's say you're approved for 45 feet and someone built
Well,
to
that's what
40 feet. And then they said, oh, shoot, we forgot that this one tenant on the first floor needs 2 extra feet. They could now go to the director of city planning and say, hey, we need to add 2 feet to our first floor. I don't want to have to go through city planning commission again. And they'd say, guess what? You don't have to. They can
that's
approve that.
essentially what happened though on that case, right? Like they had already gotten approved drawings or approved for a certain height, and then they were adding I want to say it was 7
Oh, I
feet
know
or
what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The example that I showed.
I think it was block, right?
It was at
Yeah.
Madison and Roanoke.
Yeah.
That was your example.
Something like that, but that would have not had to come back through this body then.
I couldn't say without looking back at the plans how much of a change that was to answer
Sure.
your question.
Okay. I think that was it. Yeah.
Yeah, another project we saw about impervious space, someone technically had done something unlawfully because they had a runoff issue and they, paved an area, but they hadn't pulled a permit, gone through the right processes because they didn't realize that, what they were trying to do to improve their area was covering too many square feet. And so it's nice that we're trying to make it easier for people to make a better project.
My concern is how does this affect the citizens to be able to voice their concerns with the project?
So the major amendments are the only ones that require the public engagement. The minor amendments are administratively approved, so they do not require that.
Again, I mean, 10% I think is so reasonable. No one, if you weigh in on a project that's 90 feet and then you feel like you got the rug pulled out under you because the city planning director decided that the project could go from 90 feet to 98 feet, we're missing the real issue. So I think anytime someone has an opportunity to weigh in on a project, and then if there's a 10% change, I just do not think that we need to go through a massive public process again.
Agree.
Okay.
Saying they went through it initially,
Mhm.
and the developer said, oops, I forgot to add this, and I need to go up some more. That would fall within this 10% error rate that I hear you saying.
The only viable project that could actually add a whole floor, you're talking about a 12-story building already. That's the only project that could actually, really add a whole floor. And at that point, the difference between 12 and 13, I think there are very few citizens who would say, I was fine with it at 12, but now that it's 13, I wish I would have had an opportunity to weigh in. This is unfair. So I think it's super reasonable. And again, I would push for more.
Yeah, it's allowing for potential, mechanical space or parapet stuff. I mean, I don't see an issue with.
I don't have an issue with that, but I'm gonna always go on the side of making sure the citizens have a voice.
Agreed.
That's all I'm trying to make sure.
All right, well, let's hear from them.
Okay.
All right, so at this time, let's open this up for public testimony. If there's anybody who'd like to speak regarding docket item 14, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
Amelia McIntyre. I represent Historic Kansas City Foundation. I'm also a resident of the Plaza Westport neighborhood at 4545 Warnell. And we are focused as Historic Kansas City on two particular subsections, and that is 88-516-06A, 1B, and C. And those are the changes with regard to height and floor area. The proposed modifications potentially remove safeguards put in place since 2016. And there are broad negative implications to many residential neighborhoods. And it does bypass meaningful public engagement. Anything that is not a major amendment can be unilaterally approved by the city director of planning and development without any further public engagement. That includes those development plans that were specifically negotiated with neighborhoods and other organizations. And a good example of that is 4711 Bellevue. With this change, they could add an entire new floor on the higher, and it is accurate to say that is a very tall building, but they could go further. And that is an example where there was a setback and step down on a portion of that property that was specifically negotiated by Historic Kansas City, Plaza Westport, West Plaza, and other organizations that were involved with that effort. And it also impacts the Midtown Plaza area plan because that is not stated. And the example given of 4615 Roanoke, the height there was 90 feet under the Midtown Plaza area plan. And when it came before you on October 16th, you approved something that was 134 feet above the Midtown Plaza area plan recommended height. The concerns that we have are that portions of the heights in the Country Club Plaza were not accurately stated on October 16th to this commission. We have recognized that and submitted a letter to the director of city planning, and we had understood that a correction letter or clarification letter would be issued to you, but by Commissioner Beasley's comments, that does not yet appear to have been done. There were misstatements in that as to heights, particularly on certain areas of the plaza. The Country Club Plaza is a defined area under Chapter 88. There is a map that shows the heights. There was then an addition which is the Plaza Bowl overlay that was mostly on the north and the west, that put in further heights. And those were not stated accurately to you by staff, and we have flagged that issue. But if there's no public engagement, there's no opportunity to flag those kind of issues. It will come under the radar and be approved by a director who's under pressure for whatever reason to approve density and height at the expense of the existing residential neighborhoods who are your taxpayers and your existing residents who have vested their dollars into their property. There are similar examples all across the city in the Midtown neighborhoods, in particular with the streetcar developments, are being pressured to change the character of their neighborhoods to accommodate density and height at their expense. We live then with the detriment of increased traffic, other problems that are associated with the increase in density with no other offset. We would ask that the changes to B and C of subsection A1 not be recommended for passage. I'm available for any other questions that you may have. And I would like clarification from Sarah Copeland, who was at the meeting with Mario Vasquez, as to the letter of clarification, if that is forthcoming.
Would you like me to speak to that?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, it is. It's not on this agenda because the agenda is so long, but we do have a memo coming to clarify that issue.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. McIntyre? Beasley?
No, I'd already addressed my concerns on height.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
There was to make sure there still was public engagement.
Okay. Anybody else?
We do have a hand raised online. It's for iPhone. You can turn on
That
your.
might be me.
Yes.
Yep. Sorry, I'm traveling today, but my name is Mike Unger. I live at 4437 Pennsylvania. I am speaking on behalf of the Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association. I'm on their board. Our director couldn't be here today. So the best we're against the provision about allowing extra height, and mainly we're against it because we think what you should be asking yourself is, how can we make this easier for the resident? But we hear time and time again from the CPC and from the city council people, unfortunately, how can we make this easier for developers? And the best way to talk about this is a case that was recently brought in front of the CPC. It was at 4436 Washington. And I was there, I gave testimony. And you've got a problem in your code that allows your developers to build up as fast as they can off the street to start the first floor, because that's when your zoning height takes effect. So they build up as fast as they can, as high as they can, in order to get a parking garage underneath. So in the case of 4436 Washington that was built, they built a building which has a height of 45 foot. And it didn't start, that 45 foot didn't start until 7.5 feet off the street. And then because the scope height creep, which is you don't count the parapet, you don't count this, you don't count that, we had that building survey and it was 53 foot tall. So that ends up with a building that's 60 foot off the street next to homes that are 15 foot tall. And now we're talking about giving developers extra height in their buildings at the discretion of the city. It's ridiculous. And we ought to be asking, how can we engage and get more people engaged? How can we give the homeowners more opportunities to engage? and put the onus on the developers if they do such a thing. I'm an electrical engineer. I've done construction for over 30 years. I've worked on projects my whole career. You got to restart, you know? And if you think that an extra couple percent is something they're going to run into, they're not going to run into. They're not going to run into that. And there are ways to get around that, and there are ways to plan for that. So all you're doing is helping the developer's bottom line at the expense of the people and their input. And this is why people get so frustrated with the city process, that the developers, the architects, they know the city codes. You've got problems with their codes, and you guys talked about lighting. I've done lighting my whole career. Earlier today, you're talking about lighting. Your lighting section has major problems in it, and I'm sure the people getting spillage and stuff is because the code has problems. You've got the same thing with your heights. You guys need to quit giving developers extra height. Go back to the drawing board, make sure they're following, make sure there's not the existing code, make sure there's not loopholes in the code. You've got them. So we're completely against the added height and square footage.
Thank you. Yep, thank you. Anybody else?
There are no other hands raised online.
Okay, so close public testimony then. Obviously, the B and C are the big sticking points because of the height. I remember this coming through, and back then I thought 6 feet was pretty limiting myself, simply because you could have had an air conditioner that was a little bit different that could take you over the 6 feet. I still believe this is drawing that line in the sand from what is major, what is minor. The minor can still be pulled off because of some of the locations where we have issue, River Market, Plaza, Westport. They can still be pulled off the minor to go through the planning commission and have that public involvement. So I'm in favor of these modifications here.
So one thing that I was seeing is I'm in favor of C. I still think having restriction on square footage addition is actually good, because what that does is it prevents people from actually building another floor. If there's an increase in needing floor to floor height, or for mechanical space or something up above, parapets, things like that, you can still get that in your 15 feet. But I don't think that we need to allow increase in square footage, because that does allow that other floor. If you put that square footage back, it has to get reviewed again before they can technically add another floor, because 10%, depending on the size of the building, you can, that's just my 2 cents.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
What's that?
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
Okay, and so for the increase in total floor area by more than 10%, it depending on the square footages of the floors, it might be enough to increase the number of dwelling units, so criteria J, by more than 10%. It might also cause the building height to increase as well, as you mentioned, and so we look at all of these when we determine if it would require a major amendment or not.
Yeah, but you're saying dwelling units, let's say they have an amenity space that they put up and it's a pool area or something like that, which is what happens on some of those. And then they've now found the loophole in this. So
I think from a 30,000-foot view, Kansas City's become too interested in letting people weigh in on other people's projects. And I just think that if you want to make it easier for citizens, well, maybe let's make it easier for people to develop, so that way we can spend time addressing the issues that are material. And instead of debating 6 feet here, 7 feet there, 8 feet there, or 9% growth of something, let's let people build projects so that they don't build in Riverside or North Kansas City or Overland Park or Lenexa or Lee Summit. So people actually want to build here, so that when there are real issues, groups like yours can spend time on real issues instead of dragging us into these things where if there's any pressure, it's pressure to other neighborhood organizations to write the same letters in the same way that Historic Kansas City wants them to be written. And instead, we could spend our time working collaboratively on issues that are more material than someone deciding whose project should be what height
or exactly what it should look like, what the facade should be. We are way too obsessed with someone having control over someone else's property. And so as we saw with the project earlier today, you should have reasonable expectations within an area plan. You should have reasonable expectations with zoning. You should have reasonable expectations within your own property. But beyond that, we need to realize that we don't control other people's property. And I think that we've kind of leaned too far that direction, and it's made it harder for our staff to do a really good job.
I agree.
Okay, any other comments? So at this time, we'll close testimony then, and I guess we've kind of said our piece here, so I'll take a motion, please.
Again, I would love to see this go further. I appreciate staff, making a reasonable step that I think is modest, that allows people to weigh in. And so I will move to approve docket item number 14 without conditions.
Second.
I've got approval and a second for docket item number 14. Margaret, can you take roll call on that, please?
Harkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
No.
Carl,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Looks like the motion passes 5-1. Thank you. Okay, just going through timing here. So, Orstein, you had to leave at 3. Okay, you're good. You gotta leave at 3. Anybody else?
I gotta leave.
Okay, so we'll still have a quorum to finish out docket item 15, and then have we heard anything from
We have the
folks that
applicant for number 12, if you want to go back.
they are available?
Mhm.
Do we do 15 first and then?
Do 15 first.
Item
Since
number 15 is
they're here.
case, are you ready?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Item number 15 is case CD CPC 2024-107, a request to approve a development plan for one industrial logistics / warehouse building in District KCIA on about 7.6 acres, generally located at 10220, 10200, and 10150 North Everton Avenue. Good afternoon. Again,
Evening.
only 2:40.
Feels like the evening.
All right, as stated, we have docket item 15 for a development plan for an industrial development on North Everton Avenue. Site is generally located in the Northland, west of I-29 and just south of the airport. Subject site is currently 3 parcels that will be combined for one proposed building. The site plan in front of you is for a 54,000 square foot warehouse logistic building with also the potential for a 27,000 square foot addition. It will have 23 loading doors on the west side. North is to your right on this image. And then 86 passenger vehicle parking spaces. The site data here for you. And then I'll get into more detail, but I just want to note there will be a separate vacation application for this development. So just some of the details that the applicant and city staff have been working through, specifically related to public water mains. There are existing public water mains in North Everton Avenue. And there is a paper street, so it's public right-of-way that's not been built out to the north of this site. And as you can see there, the blue line here is a portion of the water main. The applicant is required to build out half-street improvements. However, as we've been working through this project, this street, as you can see, is a stub. It doesn't go anywhere. And the aviation department owns this land and the land to the west, which they don't necessarily have a plan for. They don't have any wishes for east-west connectivity. So the applicant will vacate this stub street, thus not needing to build it out to city standards, and the water department will not require that this public water main be extended since it won't be public right-of-way anymore. And then the Water Services Department also requires that public utilities be extended to the limits of the subject property. So you can see here that North Everton sort of dead ends, but the property extends down where the road is not built out. North Everton is on the city's major street plan, so rather than the developer being responsible for half-street improvements, they pay an impact fee and the city builds it out or doesn't. In the future, it's part of the major street plan. However, even though they're not required to build this out, Water Services does require that this main be extended to the southern limits of the property, or for the developer to enter into a secured deferral agreement with the water department so that there is money for that to be built out at some point in the future. There was a tree preservation and mitigation plan submitted with this application. There is approximately 3.7 acres of tree canopy on this site that will be removed for the warehouse building. And through the mitigation requirements, the developer will be required to pay $15,170 for their mitigation. Then we have some typical building elevations for this type of building. You can see the loading doors and then the east elevation, which will front onto North Everton Avenue. And then just a few street view images of the site. This little notch here is where that paper street starts. Once vacated, there will be a cross-access easement between the south property owner and the north property owner, so it can be used as a private drive. And then this is looking north on Everton, so this is the southern, or the, I guess, middle portion of the property where about where the road dead ends. And with that, staff recommends approval with conditions, and I can take any questions.
Okay. Any questions from the commissioners to city staff? Okay, let's welcome the applicant then. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for your guys' time. My name is James Isom, with Isom Company. I'm the developer.
Jonathan Phillips with Davidson Architecture and Engineering on the architecture and civil engineering side.
Just wanted to point out what this project will be for. This will be the headquarters and regional or I guess actually national hubs. This will be the headquarters for Alexander Mechanical. Alexander Mechanical is a mechanical contracting company that was founded in 1998 by Bill Alexander. They founded and started their company in Kansas City, in Platte County, and of course they have had a lot of success here, and they would like to continue to grow their company here as their next generation of company ownership as Bill transitions out of the company, retires, and his daughter Tennille takes over. So they're excited about the project. They're excited to continue their presence in Kansas City. And any questions about any of that?
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant then?
Just a curiosity question. Is this close to their original location?
Yes, very close. Their current, well, their original location was much smaller and was also in Platte County. Their current location is on Pomona Avenue, immediately east of I-29. So, mile or two away.
Thank you for saying.
They're excited about it.
All right. Well, if there's no more questions, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item 15, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
We do not have any hands raised online.
Okay. We'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else you'd like to add this time?
No.
Okay. With that, close testimony, speak amongst the commission, or I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item number 15 with conditions.
Second.
Motion and a second for approval of docket item 15. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Parkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
Looks like the motion passes and 5 to none. Thank you.
Thank you
Yeah,
all.
good luck. All right, heading out. Okay.
Yeah. 12's the last one.
Yes.
Yep. Well, and then the
Move back to docket item number 12.
Number 12, case CD SUP 2024-41, a request to approve a special use permit to allow one temporary modular building in District M1-5/US on about 8.7 acres generally located at 7700 Northeast 38th Street. Austin Smith, is that the correct?
This one should be quick. Docket item 12 is a special use permit at 7700 Northeast 38th Street. Site is generally located east of I-435 and just south of Worlds of Fun. This is the subject site in yellow. There's an existing industrial warehouse logistic building as a part of this industrial complex area. And then this case is very similar to what we see with the schools and issuing special use permits for temporary modular buildings that you can see in 88-370-03-C. City Planning and Development Director is authorized to require that temporary use requests be processed as special use permits. So as the temporary buildings proposed will be on site longer than staff is permitted to administratively issue a temporary use permit, it has gone to the next level of needing a special use permit. This case, there will be a temporary modular trailer and temporary storage tent at the southwestern portion of the site. And these buildings will serve employees of the business while there is construction on the main building. So you can see on the eastern side of the building, there's a proposed addition that is going through that will go through separate building plan review. It didn't require any additional entitlement through Plan Commission or Council, just the special use permit for the temporary office space and storage area. These are the standard, although wonky looking building elevations that are stamped by the state. And then this is the subject site and the approximate location where those temporary buildings will be placed. And staff is recommending approval with conditions, and there is a 1-year expiration for this, as that is the anticipated completion of the construction on the primary building.
Just 1 year?
Just that's what they told me.
Okay. Is that what was requested by the applicant, or that's what we kind of decided through staff discussions?
We typically try to match up the expiration around the same time. This case will go to the Board of Zoning Adjustment next in December, so I can let the applicant speak more, but I think the anticipated construction completion, if I'm remembering correctly, is somewhere around August or October. So there should be a little bit of extra time built in, but
So it starts after construction's done and they're able to occupy. Is that what you're saying?
The special use permit will be granted 1 year from that date of approval, which will be like mid-December, and their anticipated completion of the addition will be before that.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for city staff? All right, let's welcome the applicant then.
Hi, can you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Sorry, Mike, I can't get my camera to work. I tried a couple times. I don't know what's going on with it, but I'm Austin Smith. I'm with Cambridge Companies, the contractor. We do design build for Rush. And yeah, I mean, I think it was all covered pretty well. Like it was mentioned, the 1 year timeline is more than we need. This is more or less just a refresh of the office area with an addition. This building was purchased by the client a few years ago, and it's pretty old, so it's due for a good refresh. So our hope is that we can go in there for them and clean it up. I think construction hopefully ends in October. So there's a couple months buffer in there in case it goes a little long. But they will be itching to get out. So this is by no means meant to go longer than that, and it's just there to help help them keep business moving while we're redoing their office portion for them and an expansion to their auto shop.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? All right, so at this time, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 12, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
We do not have any hands raised online.
How about anybody in the crowd?
I don't think.
All right, so we'll close public testimony then. Anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Smith?
Nope, appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
So we'll close testimony then, and if there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
Chairman, I move to approve docket item number 12 with conditions stated.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 12 with conditions. Margaret, it's all up to you.
Harkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Cassock.
Aye.
Looks like the motion passes 4-0. Thanks for bringing it in and good luck.
Thank you.
All right. That concludes our cases, and I know we had an item here at the bottom to talk about the major street plan. Are we going to continue that with the we're missing 3 commissioners?
We're ready to talk about it. You let us know.
I'll fill them in. It's fine.
How's the docket looking for the next couple of meetings?
Horrible.
It sounds like we have we have a lot of this stuff that needs to get done.
I mean, it's hard to say because we don't always know what's going to be continued. I'd say it's looking similar.
The next 2 meetings are?
Well, at least the next meeting.
We continued 4 of them to the 18th today, so 5.
Including one that's going to have some more public testimony, so.
So between the 4th and the 18th, we have a busy end of the year.
So then those that are presenting, let me ask, just real brief, what's kind of coming up on the major street plan? Are you updating it and hope to have it in for approvals and adoption?
We could wait until December to present. It's not urgent, but we wanted to make you all aware of what we were working on.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I want to hear the presentation. However, we're missing 3 commissioners now. And I think it'd be good to have their input as part of this.
Okay.
Sometimes things like this, I think you make it at the front of the docket.
We could do that. Do you want the 2-minute what's going on with the project, and then we can move this to a future docket and put it at the beginning?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
I think we can do that.
Okay. That would be greit. I don't even think I'll
I'm 2 minutes.
share my slides. Yeah, I'll time myself. It's like the 2:59 right now.
Yeah.
I'll introduce myself first. Thank you so much. I'm Bailey Waters with the Public Works Department. And
City planning.
yeah. So both Public Works and Planning and Parks and other departments, but with Public Works as the lead on this, are working to update the major street plan. Right now, it currently includes like street typologies within it, but we're looking to remove those street typologies out of the major street plan and create a streets design guide. Because right now we have like a complete streets ordinance and a Vision Zero ordinance and all these things, but we don't have like design standards that align with all of that. So we're looking at creating a streets design guide that would guide the the kind of minute decisions about streets. And then the major street plan would just be guiding like the right of way and like the throughput of those streets, I guess, on making sure we have connected streets throughout and not cut off streets. So that's the main idea.
Olaf, is this going to address some of those cases we had talking about where we were having the issues with the
Cookingham and Congress.
Yeah, and well, not even today. There was a couple of months ago we were talking about that one stretch where it had to be a special
This will address
special
that.
link or something like that, or a
Yes, this will address that and stop you guys from having to decide the width of right away in the middle of a field.
You're talking about the rapid transit
Yeah,
corridor through the Northland up to the airport.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And like the parkways and
Different Springs Parkway and all of that. So all those will get out of the major street plan and go into design guide. So you won't, all your address will be where they go and the alignments.
Those streets won't be designated anymore. Is that what you're saying?
They will be designated like on the major street plan still. So like unbuilt streets will still be on there needing to be built. But the actual, like, we wouldn't mandate that it be 4 lanes and XYZ thing. You could go to the design guide to find that. But the major street plan just guides where it.
Just to be like an arterial or a link
Yeah.
or
Going back to the
residential or something of that nature. Okay.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Does this affect how impact fees are collected and which roads that the city is supposed to take care of versus development?
We are investigating that as we look at how much this update would actually change things like that. So that's a question I'm looking into.
Okay.
So does Park still have a say with boulevards?
Yes.
So that would be under the.
The parkways and boulevards standards would still be with Parks Department. We're looking at how do we pull in their parkways and boulevard standards into the design guide, still allowing them to have that jurisdiction, but yeah.
And for my, oh, no, go ahead if you don't.
Oh, I'm gonna ask something that's a little tangent and way off subject.
For my part, what I'll be bringing back to you will be just a process, criteria, and how we amend the major street plan so we can codify that and stop arguing.
Okay.
In the future, so.
So can I jump ahead of you?
No, because she asked about parks. How do we fix Benton and 23rd?
What's at Benton and
What's wrong
23rd?
with Benton
Oh,
and
Benton and
23rd?
Benton goes, if you go northbound at 23rd, it goes over a block and then back up.
Oh, the way it
And
doesn't
the,
go straight. I know
it's
what you're
just a
talking about.
funky intersection.
Have no problem with it.
Okay. All right.
But what I was
was
gonna
that?
ask, what I was gonna ask, there's always been an issue of east-west connection in the Northland.
Mhm.
We're addressing that as well.
Yeah, we'll keep the major street plan in that, keeping that unbuilt streets that are needing those connectivity, those will still be on there, and hopefully having stronger language as to why we need to have these east-west connections so that people aren't getting out of building them. So that's something we're looking into.
yeah, we need a better connection, like our areas up northeast and connecting to like Columbus Park. Like you have to walk under a bridge off of a dirt road in order to like walk that way, unless you want to walk on Independence, which is
That sounds like a trails issue.
yeah, kind of, but there's roads there that they could modify.
Don't ask me how I get to the West Bottoms.
Oh God.
Found one of like 2.
Thank you
What-
for your, yeah.
What is your timeline for?
We wanted to come to you kind of with a general discussion now or in December, I guess, to tell you what we're doing. And then next spring, we want to have a more final document early next year, maybe March, April, and have it in for adoption in April or May from you all, as well as from the city council.
Okay, is there something to review or look at before we meet?
I
By
could
chance?
send the slides if you would like, but
I don't know if it might be helpful just to kind of speed it up maybe a little bit, just.
sure. Yeah,
Sure,
I
we'll
can
do that.
send- Okay. All right.
Perfect. Hey, thank you for coming up. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Anything else to come before the commission? All right, motion to adjourn.